like before, your phone number, maybe your message or whatever, or you need to change something if you don't want that. If you talk, you're like I had to rechange mine to Kpro. You may want to do that in case something private is on there.
Okay, so we are recording the Zoom, just so everybody's aware. I'm going to record it. I am going to upload it to YouTube when we're done. We'll see how big this thing gets. You underestimated the addiction. 5 hours is nothing. And that's the thing. I don't know how big a 5 hour recording would be. But anyway, this is the first time we're doing a Zoom this big. Now we know we're going to hit 100, I think, if we do this every weekend. And we'll go from there. So Zoom is being recorded. I'm just putting it in chat to make sure everybody recognizes that. And will be uploaded to YouTube. All right, for those who can't get in. And when you get home, or if somebody could put that in Discord that it looks like we hit the cap, anybody that can't get in, the recording will be uploaded to YouTube. I put the link in both Discords, Jenny's and Cowlazars. So let's just jump right into it. The word search is interesting, isn't it? Let me share my screen. Let me do this. Do that. Can you guys see the word search? Make sure I'm sharing the right screen here. Anybody? Can you see the word search on the screen?
I see a blank one, and we're not starting from a blank
Oh,
one, are we?
no. We're not starting from a blank one. That's why we did the show yesterday. So
you're a little off center.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. There we go. Is that everything? That is everything. It's up in the left-hand corner, but this is everything. So this is the word search. We're talking about the past and future box. You know, JCB says in that chapter, if you solve this word search, actually, let me get the exact words. I don't want to get it wrong. He says everything you need to find the box is in this word search, right? Now, there's more to the chapter. He does a little cryptogram. He talks about his grandparents, but we just wanted to focus on the word search today because there's layers to this word search, definitely. So these are the words me and Kpro solved. If you go through and just solve it as a normal word search, I know there are other words, and some people are like, well, why didn't you use anime? Why didn't you use less? Because of the message that you can get out of it. And I'm not sure what the trick is to know which words we were supposed to circle and which words we weren't. Or if that matters. I mean, can the message use letters that we circled? This is what we wanted to talk about. We wanted to get everybody's input. Okay. And this basically, the leftover letters form a message, which is in red. Now, there's also some discussion on what the actual message is.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
There's a few people who aren't muted. I don't know if they can figure out where the mute button is. Can you do an all mute as the host, please?
Yeah. Let me see if I figure out how to do that. And anybody that wants to talk, I guess because there's so many people here, we're going to have to do the raise your hand type thing. The all muted. Let me see. Let me stop sharing. Let me go up here. Right. Maybe I can just actually mute the people as it comes up. I can mute them. Okay, there we go. If there's anybody else, if you hear anything in the background, let me know. And anybody feel free to talk. It's just it seems like a quiet group, but anybody feel free to jump in and talk if you want to. If we have a bunch of people trying to talk over each other, then maybe we'll handle it. We'll figure it out then. But
how do I raise my hand?
Yeah, for now you don't have to. You can just talk. That's fine. I may have to come up with something in the future. I mean, if we solve a different puzzle in a different chapter, and you know, as these things get solved and shared publicly, I think this thing is just going to get bigger and bigger. But we'll see. Let me get back to the.
Speaking of different chapters, last night, for one thing, do people agree that the moon rock is affiliated with this box?
Why do you think it's affiliated?
Because of the texture of it,
okay.
And the texture of the coin.
Oh, okay. Interesting. All right.
In the moon rock chapter is the word eons, EONS. And I disagree that is not a word. And that's my feedback for the puzzle. And if you take a line out, doesn't that lower your number? Or like your little number?
So the height is still being 10.
Let me see here. I'm trying to see who that is. Go ahead. Use your hands.
It's defense.
Defense. All right, I'm trying to find it. If everybody could mute until you want to talk, we would appreciate it. It just makes it easier to listen. There it is. There's defense. Okay, there you go. Thank you, defense. You're saying the word eons is in the word search. Do you know where? What? Where at? Because I haven't seen that one.
It's near peaks
Peaks. P-E-A.
or peak.
Yeah, peak. Yeah. Is it peak or peaks? That's a good question. Do we use plural?
Well, in the chapter, it's eons.
E-O-N-S, right?
Correct.
You know what letter number it is? Oh, well, I guess not everybody can
Um,
Excel. E-O-N-S.
It is.
E-O.
No, I don't. I need my coffee.
Yeah.
Hey,
Well,
Mike, this
Yeah.
is
Right
sweet.
there, you were just had it. It's at the where you have peaks highlighted as an S.
Got it.
It's actually eons and no S on peaks, in
Oh,
my
right,
opinion.
right here. Do you mean as a right here in a circle?
No, right now.
Oh, right here.
Yes.
E-O-N-S. I got it. E-O-N-S. Got it. Okay.
And I only say that because it's in the chapter of the moon chapter,
She's saying right here, eons would be one of the words.
meaning peak is a single.
That's the tricky part. How do we know what words we're supposed to circle and what words we don't? He even says some proper pronouns.
Well, the thing is that you can look. I think that you look at the definition. I think if it's found in another chapter, it could be very definitely relevant.
Eons is not a proper noun. Okay. Who was
So-
that? Somebody want to say something?
So, yeah, this be sweet.
Wait.
So on the official rules, for this word search, plurals, you use the longest word available. That's connected, and so plurals is appropriate. And
It is
then,
appropriate. Okay.
yeah, that's part of the rules. But I mean, on the other hand, he talks about Ready Player One and whatever, holiday or whatever, not liking to go by all the rules and going backwards.
Mhm.
So it's he kind of got that idea. But as far as the official rules for word search, that's what I looked up when I started it. And there's also rules for, like, I guess they call it the master word search, where you you can get words as like bending around.
Yeah,
it
like
doesn't have to
eons
be
right
just
here.
vertical.
Like eons right here in a circle, which I thought she was referring to at
Right.
first, but she's not. She's referring, and it's also this way. Isn't
Right,
it weird?
yeah.
Eons is straight and it's in a circle right here.
But
Yeah.
I mean, if the secret message says there's no special bends, well, maybe that refers to not using that part of the rules.
Well, let me throw this out at everybody because there are definitely words that we did not circle, like less, L-E-S-S, like anime is in here somewhere, like eons. What if you circle every word you can find and the message is not the leftover letters? The message is just you can use any letters to anagram. I mean, is the rule you can't use a letter you circled? I thought it was originally, but maybe it's not. I mean, you could circle Rams, R-A-M-S, because that is the name of a football team.
But where is that in the book?
Actually, that's an action too.
And where is
okay,
Rams in
so
that book?
So your theory is each word that we circle has to appear in the book.
Uh-huh. And then I
That's
have
nice.
another question, one more for you
Okay.
guys all to debate.
All right.
How do we know the first word in the second line isn't three and not there? Who came up with there? It's also three.
Oh,
And
well,
so,
just because of the way it sounds. If it was
well,
Star five.
if you want to use the little dots by the lyre and or rail, shouldn't
Mhm.
that be a period? Wouldn't that be three R clues? Just saying.
three, but what about the five that's in here? F-I-V-E.
Starts a new sentence.
There are 3 are clues, 5 in this word search. Oh, interesting.
Well, and then you got to
Okay.
figure out the other part, and that eliminates the word no if you use eons. I don't know. It's just a theory, but it maybe there are 5 clues.
Well, it's
It also say 3.
it's interesting to say the words have to appear in the book, but I mean, to find those words in the book, somebody's gonna have to type it out and search them. I think it would be a monumental task to just try and read it and try and search them out that way. But are all these words that we did circle in the book? Does anybody know? I mean, that's just it. I don't know if anybody has it typed out, so I don't know if anybody searched for these words.
I mean, it's up to you guys if you want to keep or leave eons. I just think the same rules should apply all the way through it, except for it's odd that I think the dots possibly could be punctuation marks or an apostrophe or how about this? How do you interpret which O's to use and not use?
It's all just anagramming a word. And I
But
know
then
there's
aren't you
different words
using
we
your
can anagram.
bias? Isn't that confirmation bias when you're making assumptions like this? Like that's three and not there, or that's there and not three. Isn't that a
That's true.
bias?
That's true. I don't know if he's telling us which way it should be. Like, I don't know if there's rules that can you only use word letters you did not circle.
I
Those
just
are the
think you should
questions.
be open. People should be open to some of those words being something different. Like, for example, is it actually the word search
Well,
in
because
there?
the word search is a confirmation that the message is correct, in my opinion.
Okay.
Well, there's word chaos. Someone else came up with word chaos, which kind of applies. I'm just saying.
Well, there's only one O, though. If you use word chaos, you need two O's, right? CHAOS and word, there's only one O. But again,
I
these
was
are the
thinking if
ideas
you've
we
got to
want.
use,
Yeah.
if the O's are supposed to be for spacers, do you
Oh, I
eliminate them
see.
in the words?
Do we, if we use this O, it could say word chaos. But then there's leftover letters, CHAOS. There's an W. Yeah, there's a
That's
second
funny.
R. There's a
It
second
could
R.
be three are clues, five are word chaos.
I don't like it, though. I mean, word search makes the most sense, I think. And we know he's using O's as separators because he does it down here. I mean, he does it in other areas. But again, it is subjective. It is open to interpretation, unless there's some rules that he has communicated to us that we're just not seeing yet, like these leftover letters on the bottom or the leftover letters that we're not using. I mean, why did he put an E here and not
I
an
do
O?
like the I do like that there are 5 clues in this word search. I'm that seems pretty plain that there's something there.
And but do not tell anyone is pretty good too, right? I mean, that's pretty much confirmation of the
Yeah,
message.
yeah. And so either that or it's he threw in a misdirect in the middle there.
Also, special can be I place.
You had the word 11 left over, and it seemed like you associated every number word with a certain group of words.
We were trying to, yes.
Is there a group of words you've excluded that fill in that 11? Like are there 11 words that share a letter with another word and you haven't used them because of that?
And that's what we were doing here.
And then did you have the number 3 left over? Are there 3 words that could be another word if you just rearrange the letters differently, like there and 3? That would
There's
be
two threes left over, two sets of threes.
So it sounds like you've found a type of a word and you found a certain quantity of them, but there's another type of a word you haven't found, and there's quantities with nothing associated to it. So are we looking for another type of a word besides horizontal, vertical, diagonal, and whatnot? Like shared letters seems like something we've excluded.
I don't think we thought of that, actually, the shared letter idea.
Well, can you explain what that means? I am intrigued by the idea, but I don't think I'm understanding it. What do you mean by shared letters?
Like eons could share a letter with peaks. If the rules
in the
are
word search.
longest
I got it now. Thank you.
Just
Yes.
like lemon also is omelet backwards, LET, right? Yeah, lemon and then omelet backwards. Cali and
I
lilac.
really like that idea. I don't know if it'll pan out, but
Do you mean
interesting.
like 9 and 19? Is that the theory?
Oh yeah, and I also think you need to use the E and the 9, the 9 and 19. I think that's important. And I forget where I read something.
And that would take the E out because we were wondering why is there a leftover E? Why didn't
Right.
you go to O?
And
But if
then
you
it-
do 9, that it becomes yellow. So that's interesting. Okay.
And then the top half has the pattern of 3 letters left over in each corner.
I mean, if we circle every letter, if we do anime, if we do Rams, if we do the 9, if we do everything, I wonder if the message is just what can you anagram to get a word? It doesn't really.
You could
I was going to say another thing on the official rules is that you can't use a word that's fully covered by another word, but they can share even majority of letters. It just can't be fully covered.
Like the E.
Say that one more time.
Yeah, like the 9,
Yeah.
the 9 and 19. So like I believe if I remember right on the official rules for the word search,
Uh-huh.
you can't use a word that's fully covered by another word. But if it's partially covered, you can use it, even more than one letter.
Okay. So 9 would be valid then.
And
Because
then if you
Yeah,
think
if I'm
about,
remembering that correctly. It's been a few days since I looked at it.
okay.
and then if you actually
But there
read it
is an
from the,
official rules. There are official
Right.
rules.
For word searches, right.
Yeah.
and then if you read it from the top, you have 1993.
19. So you're saying the 9 here is a separate word? Oh, 19 will then 3. Is that what you're saying? 19, 9, I see, and then 3. But that's just it. Is like everybody wants to use line as part
Yeah,
of
but
the message, but we circled the word line. So do we use it or do we not use it? Those are the questions.
And then if you do use it, you have to minus it from your count and something. Isn't that correct?
If that count is right. The count seems right. It seems like more of a coincidence that we made all the letters work except 11. But he just had an idea of how to use the 11. We would have to go through and see if it works.
Line also could be lean, like a lean on a title. Isn't that LEIN?
Line. Lean is lean.
No, I don't think when you have a lean on a title, it's spelled that way.
Let's see. Oh, you're right. LIEN. You're right. This could be anagram to lean. LIEN. Yeah, you're right.
I don't know how that fits with the rest of the stuff, but
Right. But I mean, the word line is there. We would circle it with a word search.
but it's the only one that's not scrambled when you put it in that category, right?
Right. And then do we not use it for the message? So is the word line not included in part of the message because it's a word we circled? This is what we got to come up with an agreement on, I guess.
I would not exclude anything. I would write everything down because something you excluded might start to make more sense as you gather more of them.
But the hard part about that is somebody came up with an AI generated list and it was great. It had 95 words in it and like a lot of words that I didn't even know were actual words. If you start with that, that's a rough one for me anyway. I'm more using common words that people have heard that aren't like dictionary memorizing people. I'm not saying that everybody has to do it that way, but there's about 50 words I just had never heard of. So I've ruled those out. Otherwise, every single there's 90 plus words.
I think you keep the
John
code.
may have used a lot of different words too, since didn't he major in literature or English?
Did he major in English? Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
I thought he did something with no, maybe it was something arts.
It's probably
But
in
he
the
did
book.
go to college for something with literature.
I think you keep those words in a separate list, like Yale man, Coke. I mean, in particular, kind of things that I have researched, I found all of those words, but that could also be confirmation bias. But I do think maybe you keep them on the side. Who knows?
He says he did major in English. I just wonder if he did this by hand or did he write a program?
Well, what about like yeoman or omen?
Yeoman, yeah. Yeoman.
If you stick to the guideline of only words used in this book, you probably eliminate that problem.
Maybe.
That would be
Well,
interesting.
and yeoman may be part of it.
Well, okay, if that's correct,
it's
I
Star
also
Trek.
found omen in the same chapter.
Does classify fit in the bottom of this word search?
Say it again.
Does classify fit above sapphire?
Classify. CLASI. Well, you're not using the D and Q, and we're trying to keep it all the letters together. If we use classify, it's two S's, right? Classify. Yeah, I don't think it fits.
Can you make a mirror of this board so that the reverse words are forward facing?
Oh, that's an interesting idea.
Right.
Yeah, because what Michelle is getting at, what she's finding is the reverse or backwards anagram. All of the hints in the text and paragraphs has spoken about back into the future, back into the future in all three films, right? So you have a back, present, and future. You need to have three versions of this board. Its original state, the words that he wants you to find, and then its future state with the anagram solved, like kind of like how you have in your tabs down below.
Mhm.
We see in this one 0, 0 line, and we read line. The clue above it is liar. If you mirror the board, that's a rail, and that's your new key for the top one if you reverse this. The best way to reverse this is grab column T and paste it in column W, just the whole column, and then S into X and so on and so forth. And then Michelle, your anagrams are going to be a lot more clear.
It's an interesting idea to reverse it.
That
I wonder
is
if that's
interesting.
I wonder if that's got anything to do with them counting the traffic. And they say not
Yeah.
back and forth, something like that.
Yes, all of the counts and all of your instructions are going to be based on if you are viewing back or the present or the future. And John left specific clues on which one you should be viewing for each step. That's why that middle one, you get two different 6 through 8, I believe, or whatever, or 7 through 9. You get two different anagrams on this version.
And if we reverse everything, the anagrams, because they're anagrams, those words are still there. They're still mixed up.
Yes, but John gave you specific instructions to change the words. You have to go back. You have to go back into the past to change some of the words that you selected, and then go back into the future to redo the anagrams. Michelle, what you're finding is you've solved half of the past version, but you haven't done enough work to solve enough of the future version. So you have to go travel to the present to change some words, and then travel back to the future version of your word search to get the rest of the anagrams.
Are you saying the message is different if you reverse it?
Yes.
And you've already done it, I'm assuming.
Yes, but I'm not willing to share my work because I haven't cleaned it up. I'm sorry.
Understood.
Well, thank you for sharing that perspective.
Yes.
Yeah. That is everybody. Breaking news.
So if you
I had to
reverse
mute
this
there
one-
for a second. Can we
yeah.
do a 30-second recap? Because it sounds like I missed something. I can ask you, Mike, later if you don't want to.
No, what he's saying is to reverse this entire puzzle. Put it in reverse. That way you get words like this is rail one way, but liar the other way. And if you do the word search with it reversed, it gives you a new anagram message.
That would kind of explain that NWE that's mirroring the NWE, north, south, east, west from last night. Okay, that's interesting. We'll try that.
Right here, north, south, east, west. There's directions. And down here, it's northwest, east, south. It's reversed. That's interesting. It's reversed. SEW, WES. And it's on quadrants, on either quadrant, if that's the right term, either corner of the zeros. And the zeros could be a clue that you can reverse it. The zeros are still there. So what would be
the NWES? Just so you know, if people haven't already seen this pattern, look at the Z's down below.
Z's here?
Yes.
Okay.
There you go. That's
the 3 right here.
That's the
like in a pyramid.
Yes. So like I said, there's different versions where you keep that Z from 0 because you use the word soar, and then there's a version that you have to use the word zeros. And then so in that first version, when you use the word soar, that Z stays there. The Z's are there in that version. But then in a future version, you have to use the zeros.
So the easiest way for me to reverse this would just be copy each column over.
Yeah. And I left 2 spaces. So I left U and V open,
Gotcha.
and then I started T. You just select the whole column, just select T.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
And just
And
do
copy into X.
Space. Yeah.
Yep, there you go.
I see what you're saying.
And then do that again with your what I did, just so everybody knows, and I'm not going to be giving anything away here. So is I created a front facing version where it only highlighted the front facing words and left all the back words as not words. And then I had a back version where I highlighted all the back version words that I clearly could read backwards.
I see what you're saying. So north is going to be front facing when we reverse this.
Exactly.
Oh, that's.
But what does that give you? It's the same words.
Okay, so from here, now you have to take John's hint about there are 5 clues in this thing. There are, so far I've counted lots of steps because out of these clues, you have anagrams. The anagrams are usually instructions, and then that gives you something that you have to solve, and that thing that you solve is the clue to a location.
So when we reverse this, round is no longer a word. Like we're not using this anymore. So this now
Exactly.
becomes part of the anagram.
Yeah, well, round plays into
It's still a word. It'll just be
instructions.
backwards.
Round, it plays into instructions that you have to solve later on, where you see round 3 or round other numbers. You read round on this one, so the instructions are only pinpointed towards the front-facing version of words.
So you're saying when we solve the word search as presented in the book, only use the left to right words, don't circle the reverse words?
It depends on what version you have. Are you in the past, the present, or the future version?
What's the version that's presented in the book? Future, present?
That's all of the versions put together. It's all versions, all 5 layers with all 3 hints put together.
I mean, could he have really done this? I mean, he's got to be a genius to make this work. Just a genius to do the message the way he did. But if we reverse this and get a different message,
I swear.
Well, it took them part of 5 years, right?
Yeah, yes. That's crazy.
I'll give you a hint. It's the same thing for Pokemon. You put it in a mirror and you see something different.
And the Appalachian Trail, I mean, the trail is upside down. I mean, I don't know if that matters, but it seems like
the Pokemon image is also a 3D image.
All right, let me do this.
I used to love sticking messages in the mirror to see what they'd say.
If you guys want to talk while I'm doing this, go ahead. Feel free.
Now you have apps that'll do that too, or picture apps.
Yeah, it's probably a program I could have put this in to reverse it, but that's all right.
So, quick question. So we don't have any words going up, right? We just have words going down?
Now we don't reverse it that way, do we? Up and down?
There are a specific number of words that go up.
Yes.
And that number is very interesting, and it changes on if you are in the future, past, or first.
There's 3 that go up and down that we had.
If you look at the rules of geography too, I just learned there's what's called eastings and northings, and only the eastings are what matter or something, which are actually the lines that you're moving. I think, I don't know. I was up late and I haven't had my coffee, but.
So the word solo that's in there, we're leaving that one out because we've already reached the number of vertical words we're looking for.
Don't know.
The words that you have to find will change depending on the instructions that you get based on the anagrams that you solve, where you have to go back into your past version. That's why you want to keep a blank version.
I'll be right back.
And then circle different words based on the new instructions to get new anagrams, which will lead you to the 5 hints or 3 clues.
So there is the word 3 in there, and in that one side.
There could be in a version. There are lots of red herrings.
Okay.
But the red herrings.
Can I tell you something else?
Like D&D, when you go down a path and like it doesn't work out, or you're not leveled up enough, you don't have enough information, you have to circle back around and maybe repeat a quest. There's lots of that.
Interesting. Yeah, I've always wanted to play D&D, but I never got to. I also found a weird clue down in, I could be wrong, but down in that corner that doesn't have the 3 letters. That's part of Sapphire. Did anybody get a word out of that area? Because I feel like I did. If he uses the word mix and you have a 3-letter pattern already.
Yeah, I really like your idea with eons in the beginning of the chapter. I did not catch that at all, so that was quite revealing.
In the moon chapter, he talks about omen.
Yeah, I've probably read that chapter 3 times now.
And he also says the word eons. So I was late up last night.
that was a good find.
Thank you.
So we're leaving words out off the grid because we don't think they're in the book.
I personally don't know about that theory. The words that I had to find in my versions, I found from instructions that I got in the word search by changing my perspective or going to a different version.
Okay, because I'm stuck on the word solo about why we haven't put that on the list.
There are upwards that are, I think, red herrings, and other upwards that are not red herrings for sure. And I have found a very specific number of of upward words to be meaningful, but I think I'm still exploring one of the last ones where there's a future version that I have not solved yet. So
you think that solo's a red herring?
It, in the major things that I've looked into, I have not used that word yet.
Okay.
But I
All
also
right.
have not explored Michelle's idea about eons. That is brand new.
Okay.
It might change everything.
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, it's interesting. The reverse thing, I just don't know. It just seems like it would be the same thing but reversed. But so in other words, when we solve the word search, we're using the forwards and backwards words already. And you're saying we're not supposed to just solve it the forward facing words?
No. You're doing it correctly right now because that led us to the anagrams that said there are 5 clues within this word search.
Okay.
But now, if we go back to the text and we start reading about Pac-Man and D&D and Zork and Adventure and stuff like that, you start and you read this stuff about how some of these anagrams kind of mean other things if they're put in a different order. When you put a reverse version or a mirrored version of this, the numbers that you use make a lot more sense to some of the instructions that you're getting.
Okay.
At which point in time, you're going to realize that, oh, I have to go and circle a different word in the past and then go to the future and reapply a puzzle or a solve, which gives me the next hint or the next clue that reveals another step or whatever, the major clue. And some of those numbers in there, when you're viewing them from the front, have a very specific Excel commands. And on the reverse, they're usually referenced in the instructions or the clue or something like that of that sort.
Okay.
So like the front 3 or the downward 3 can be viewed front and back. So you're going to use that number both times. Whereas the reverse 3, you're only going to use it on one of the anagrams on the reverse side.
But that's what I was saying. So we circled it right here. We circled both 3s. We used both 3s.
Yep.
But we're still going to use both 3s when we reverse it.
Yes, because some of the instructions are going to come back and tell you to go to a middle version to tell you which highlighted version to use in the command or instruction or what I like to say is quest.
And so the instructions are in the anagram message.
Yes, and they are cryptic as fuck. But I have been able to they are solvable, I swear.
Okay.
And the clues for those of you that have solved it is the Ready Player One and the Bitcoin. Those are clues on how to solve certain things as well as what else they provide, which.
So that word liar is a clue because John said he wasn't a genius.
Yeah. Yeah.
With what I've seen so far, I'm putting him in the genius category.
All right, I'm back. We got a house full of kids over here. All right. Almost done here. 2 more.
All right, we'll have to catch up later. We've got to go because little man's got to go jump in the air trampoline park.
Gotcha. So. It is Saturday, isn't it?
Thanks, guys. Okay. Hopefully I can catch up later.
Yeah, and I am going to upload it. I don't know. I mean, people have to watch the whole thing, but I am going to upload it. So if it's not huge, if
okay.
15 hours.
Mike, where did you put the Zoom
I
link?
like it though.
Zoom link is on both Discords in Coffee Talk and then on the Mysterious Writings under General.
Buddy, I gotta figure out how to turn this on.
Okay, so we just reversed this. Let me see. And EETE and make sure I didn't make a mistake.
Hey, Mike, can you mute Brian, please?
Yep, there it is. A-M. What do you think of all this, Laurel? A-M, B, and E. What do you think of just the puzzle, the word search with the message in general? You've worked on a lot of treasure hunts.
How did you know it was me?
I can tell by your voice that it's you. N-I-N-E-L-I-L. Or you don't want to say. I'm assuming you're working on a team. A-C-U-V-Q, A-C-U.
Yeah, working on a team.
Yeah. And that's okay. That's allowed, everybody. All right, so we're going to delete this one. This is going to be the reverse image. Okay, let's do this. Let's do that. Okay, so there it is reversed. I don't know if we want to take the time to do it together to go through this, but it's definitely an interesting and intriguing idea. And thank you to the one who shared it. That's pretty,
Thank you.
It's just turned into a whole other other thing.
So I'm home now and I'm able to see what you guys are talking about. Explain to me why this just wouldn't make forwards words backwards and backwards words forwards.
So what he's saying is, for example, 19. And again, if you're still on here, you can answer. So 19, but if you reverse this, it's no longer 19. It's I-N-I-N-E going forward like this. So now the 18 that we had is part of the anagram.
But
No,
19 is still there. It's just backward.
Yes, 19 is still there, but there are specific instructions where he's going to tell you to basically find something in the back version.
Got it. Okay, so you're only using backwards in one of them, so that's why the forwards backwards is important. Okay, now I understand.
And he's going to tell you to go basically find different words in the back version, which changes your future anagrams, which is what Michelle was finding. She found the first half where in the first two, it's actually, there are 3 hints. And there's future instructions on there are 3 hints.
That's cool.
So
I had no idea.
See, I had the 3 hints, but I didn't realize it was the crossword. I thought they were techniques. I had the 3 where it uses every single letter. And so I'm like, how can that be a coincidence? Mike's like, I don't like it. But
yes, that's exactly how I discovered what John meant in his paragraph around the Back to the Future hints with the 3 movies. Was that I found 3 hints and I was like, wait a minute. And I mirrored the puzzle and I was like, oh, there's a ton of anagrams and a lot more things started falling into place.
Okay. And then I have one of the puzzles cracked because I didn't think presence, because it's past and future. When I cracked one of the codes, it said presence. And I'm like, that's not but that's interesting that you say presence like that.
The present version.
So you take that and apply it to the present. So I didn't understand
now they're getting all crazy.
But yeah, there's some work.
Is this how you spell possible?
We can hear you, Ace, if you can mute, please.
There's some work to do.
I think it's possible that it's finished.
There's some work to do to define what the present version is. And your first hint is there are 5 clues. Part of the work to get those 5 clues sets up your present version. At which point in time you get the present hint.
But I'm now.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
When we reverse this, it's the same anagram message, right? I don't understand how it changes.
Because
I thought I did, but no, I don't.
Because there's going to be things that you do on the front that changes your past version here. Like right now, line is a word, but is not telling you to do anything. In the first version, it told you line them up. Now your word is rail. Rail at the top above line.
So you're finding the rails, and there's more than just those.
I'm not going to say anything right now, but yes,
no, you are.
Yes,
no, just
well, I don't think I'm giving anything. I feel like this was one of the first things that I found that it took me a long time to figure out what the hell it meant, and it was actually you guys that let me know what that meant, or let me to that discovery. But yeah, so rail means something here, and it means nothing it does mean something in the front, liar, basically telling you that there's not all of the words are going to make sense. There's lots and lots of red herrings in this, and you have to follow the instructions very precisely as if you were playing Zork. you have to enter the instructions, which is why he told you to go into Excel. You have to enter them very precisely, which will reveal later on things.
Okay. I see. I don't know exactly the interpretation yet, but now I'm understanding why in some of the puzzles that get cracked, it has the words like presence. It has the word like I didn't understand what that meant until I still don't. I don't know how to apply it yet, but at least it makes more sense when you're finding these exact
Well, think of it,
perfectly. Yeah.
yeah, think of it like a D&D quest, right? You get assigned a D&D quest and you're
Don't say
not
that to Candy.
of a certain level. So you have to go back and repeat something, and maybe you discover something new because you've learned something on that new quest. And then you've looked at something old in a new perspective, like maybe a front or backwards or present, future, past. And so you go back and view that thing, and then you go retry your quest, and now it becomes apparent. And so what we're doing is we're solving all of these little mini things that he's left the breadcrumbs for, but we haven't decoded enough information because people aren't looking at it past, future, and present. And it's hard. I'm not giving you guys any favors because I just made all of your lives a lot more complicated. This stuff is deep. Yeah.
Are you flipping it from bottom to top as well?
I have not done that. I have not seen any hints to give me that. But the biggest hint that I've seen on how to work this is Pac-Man is mentioned twice. You have to play this like a Pac-Man game board, which allows you to go through one side and then appear on the other side.
Okay.
That's pretty cool. Well, I mean, I know you're being cryptic and things, but I appreciate what you shared.
Hopefully I'm being a level of crypticness that means different things depending on where you're at in this puzzle.
Oh, no, I know exactly. I'm going boots on the ground right now.
They asked in the chat, have you been boots on the ground?
Not for this one. I'm actually really close to Finn's treasure.
Oh, interesting. In that poem, we have to flip upside down, right?
It's something like that. Yeah.
Great. I really do think these puzzles are much more in depth than just here's a poem like Forest Fens and figure out where it leads. I think there's a lot more to these. John's
100%. I'm having the time of my life watching the Appalachian Trail because I had no idea. I had no interest in that one. Okay. But I just feel like people just zeroed in on that trail like first day. And I'm like, oh, well, I'm pretty sure that's wrong now that I've seen the word search.
It's too easy. Okay. Interesting. Okay, bro, I guess we have something to work on now. I mean, do we want to go through this and find the words together, or do we want to go back to the original message and say, what is the original message?
I would start with this one right here with all the words that you already have highlighted with the anagram reverse like this, because a lot of things are going to pop out without revealing maybe where people are at in their different stages of clues, like literally just doing the same thing that you just did before of copying those columns over with this.
So you're saying color code it the same way here with the reverse?
Sure, yeah. Just if you copy the columns over and Control V, it'll copy over the colors and
Do Control V with colors. Do you know how to do that, Mike?
We just do it real quick.
Because you cannot physically do it quickly.
I can go back. But now it's interesting that
Lord, I'm going to go get a drink.
All right. I'm still not seeing what the difference would be, but I guess we'll find out here in a minute. Now, but does it help with what words we're supposed to select from here? I'm still hung up on which words we do select and we don't in the regular word search.
Yes, this is a good starting point for what the words are that you're supposed to find in the beginning, because like I said, it gave you the anagram version. Right. I think there's one mistake, which is why that middle anagram didn't come out like as clean.
That we made a mistake?
No. Nope. You just found a future word, or you're applying a future word in a past level.
So for example, eons maybe isn't in this first puzzle.
Exactly, but I'm really interested in that because I did not get that connection from the chapter, and I've read that chapter like 4 times now because I thought it was related.
Well, I found a couple of areas in that. Chapter.
Yeah, I'm really interested in finding that because like maybe that's like the key that's supposed to give it like start us or something. I don't know, but just copying over the words that that we all originally found. Most of these words are probably the same as we all originally found. Copying these over in the mirrored version, highlighted just like that, helped me see some other things.
I'm still not clear on if I circle the exact same words, I don't see how the message is different, but I guess we'll find out. So in other words, it's the same anagram. It's just reversed. Like I guess I'm not seeing the difference.
Yeah, the work here is you're mostly setting up a reversed version.
Uh-huh.
You're going to change some of these colors based on the instructions that you get.
Okay. All right. I'm down unless anybody else wants to try something different. State. Whoops. State.
Mike,
Yes.
I think it's safe to say that since there's so many intricacies for this level of a puzzle, if some of the words aren't fitting, you think that they're red herrings, I would actually say those could be additional information or hints for the lion's share. Because if it's that detailed, you know he's going to put clues or hints in the lion's share here. Because the whole book is supposed to be hints for the lion's share.
And how do we know what's lion's share and what's for this box? I understand what you're saying. I just wonder how we're supposed to discern between the two. Is it peak or peaks, plural?
I would say plural.
Okay, so just to let you go, just to let you guys know, anyone that cannot get in, I just did an at everyone. One of our awesome users just started a speakeasy live. They're in here and they're streaming it to Discord.
Nice.
So I just did an at everyone and let them know. I had no idea. That's magic. You guys are awesome. So it'll make it a little more fair. And we still will upload this later. So we have like a triple way. So hopefully everybody can get in that wants to get in. Because I have a lot of people messaging me that they're not able to get in and they really want to watch it live. So a solution has been made by not me, another user, and I will find the name and thank them. They're in here, so thank you.
If anybody's going to leave, if you're like, okay, I'm done for the day, just let us know because that opens it up for somebody else to join. 5. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see here. Sapphire is in reverse. Sapphire. All right. So 0, sapphire. 0, sapphire. Or is it zeros, plural? I mean, these are. Should we just go with plural on everything and see what pops up?
You're going to change that based on which version your instructions or solves.
Walks. Okay. Walks. No, again, is it walk? Okay, walk. There we go. Walk. State is diagonal. There's state and then there's e-state. So there's state here, and then this is a state. Going diagonal. Up. State north round. Keep going to the wrong tab. State north round. Count 11. West.
Clint's iPhone, can you mute, please?
I got you, Clint. I got you. There you go. West. I already have West. 5. Oh, that's somebody else. I'm not sure who that is.
Cornell, Brown, Yale, Pennsylvania.
Figure out who it is.
Dartmouth. According to the scores,
That was you, Lisa. I muted you. We could hear whatever's playing in the background. Okay. All right. You can unmute yourself, right? I want to make sure you can. No? Oh, I have to ask. Okay, so if I do it, you can't. There you go. I just said ask unmute. Can you unmute it now? At the bottom, there might be a little pop-up or something. No, it's muted.
How about now?
There you go. There you go. Thank you. All right. Let me get back to it. There we go. What am I missing here? 12. It's now 12. Divide. Boom.
Yeah, and we have about 20 already in the speakeasy. So we had a lot of interest.
Let's figure it out. Somebody build up to 200 people. We'll get it to work right eventually.
Well, we only have the pro
Playing with it.
version. We could move to the business version. I know it'll cost us a lot more, but anyway. Sorry, he has kids downstairs, guys. He's still working, but that's why it's going everywhere. The kids are kind of interested in this, which is cool. Special shout out to IDROWE, IDROE. He's the one that came up with the brilliant idea of streaming in Discord. So just wanted to thank you.
All right, what words am I missing, everybody? Boom. See here. Okay, right here. Dirt, 3, and quarry. Dirt, 3, quarry right here, or quarry, you pronounce it. 3 is right here. Okay, it's shaping up. We're getting there. So frost top, 19, and lilac. Lemon, divide, lemon right there. LEMON. I know some people say omelet. I mean, do we select a T for omelet because it's a word within a word? I don't know. But then we use that T. Count 11 round north state. Count 11 round north state. Okay. 3 west peaks. 3, it's the other way now. 3 west peaks, okay. 12 divide dirt 3 quarry. 12 divide peak 3 quarry. Right. Am I missing any? 5. I think I missed 5.
Water, line.
Water. There we go. Thank you. Water. 5 is in here somewhere too.
You got 5.
Already got it? Okay.
Line right below water.
I'll see it.
Right there. ENIL. Enil.
Do what now?
Right below water.
Okay.
Yep. Right there. Line. ENIL.
Oh, got it.
Yep.
LINE line.
And then above that is rail.
That is rail. Yep. Okay. The O's are still separators. Okay.
Okay, so now you have the front and back version, but in this back version, you still have some of the front words highlighted. Oh, don't forget 9 at the top, NINE.
Where's it at? MINE.
Between lilac.
Lilac. You said MINE?
And,
oh, right here? Oh,
yeah.
9. Okay. So words within a words we're going to use. Okay, so 9.
Well, no, that's a word on this back.
Yeah, it's not a word within a word. It's 2 different words that just have similar letters.
So 19 in reverse is right, and 9 going forward is correct.
19 in reverse is going right on the forwards facing version. 9 is the correct word on the backwards facing version.
So take this off on this version.
No, not right now.
Not okay. Right now.
Okay. So right now, everybody here should have this version, and it's the reverse version, right? The anagrams are not going to change. But based on what the solve of the forward-facing anagram, there are 5 clues. Line them up. The first solve, line them up, was the correct one. That's instructions. Line them up. All right. Line them up. You have a specific instruction. You just need to find what you need to line up. And then it tells you some more, right? There are no special bends or turns, just remain steady to complete the mission, right? Now, once you solve that, this is your starting point of your quests, right? Now you can go into any branch, and if you solve that branch and it doesn't seem right, it's either a red herring or you haven't reached the appropriate level yet. Now that you have a backwards facing version, some of the things in the text, some of your solves around the Bitcoin or the Ready Player One are going to make a lot more sense here when you're viewing it from the back side. If you head on over to the front side again real quick.
Okay.
With the highlighted words. On this side, the one big difference here is going to be there is very specific Excel instructions that are only on the forward-facing thing.
Or like formulas, right? In Excel? Yeah, so there's square, there's less.
They're commands.
They're
commands,
yes,
right?
I've heard this before. Okay.
They're instructions, yes. And they're only on the front-facing version. And that should, there you go.
But
that will
they're
change.
here, they're just reversed, right?
Yes, but this is the that's your backwards version. Now you have to travel in the past and change the words that you circled on your frontwards facing version, and then travel back to your back version to redo the anagrams, which are going to reveal different anagrams. And those anagrams are then going to reveal the hints.
So what words are we changing here? I guess that's where I'm getting.
That's yours to find.
So I'm not understanding why we would change words even though it's reverse. It's the same words, but in reverse.
Because the new instruction is rail, or the new keyword is rail.
Oh, I see. Instead of line. So you're saying now anagram it. And is the anagram in reverse because we reversed it? So it's there.
Yeah, that's what. Okay, so I'll give that part away because Michelle already gave it away. That first one is 3, right? R3.
My bad. I didn't know what I was doing.
Nope, you're okay.
So
you solve something. This is an example of you starting a quest, you not having the right level, right?
Oh, I see. It changes. We're not reading it in reverse. We're still reading it left to right, even though it's reversed, correct?
Yes, exactly. Yep.
Do we still have 5 clues here?
That will change.
Okay.
That needs to change based on
R3 or R there.
R3.
R3, okay.
And then below that, the OTSIHI and KPro revealed this a little bit before with the IN over there.
Okay, wait, you lost me. Where are we at?
Right there, yep, right. TSHIIN. There's a
like shoot in.
This in?
Not shit. It's going to be shoot. Shoot in.
I think shit is a little appropriate.
There's a version. Right? Yep, there's a version that gives you some collaborating things that is hints.
Oh,
nope, not this. It's hints.
HI, but there's no N.
There is right there.
There's an N right there. Hints. Yeah, there. Yeah.
HIST. Where am I not?
Right there. IN.
2 over 3. Right. Go right.
Right there.
Right there.
HINTS.
Yes.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Okay. So if I thought I thought this was kind of obvious. Maybe this will help some of you out if you're still stuck.
Are there hints?
Nope. Are 3 hints.
Oh, gotcha. Are 3 hints. HI, but there's 2 I's.
There's 2 I's.
HINTS. Yeah, there's an extra
different word. There's a different word that should have been circled that will take out some of the letters. So your O's are also markers of where things start and end on which letters that you can include on the anagram. And the O's change based on what's available, whether you're viewing it from the backside or front side.
So why is this I should be yellow?
Well, let me ask a question. I think I know what you're saying.
Okay.
We don't use the words that are actually used anymore. We use the O's as the markers, and those are the words that we use or don't use. Or letters.
Yes, certain O's from our Ready Player One solve are certain markers for the rest of the word search that determine the length of the anagram. And based on which words that you have to go back into the past to circle, which changes your future version, changes the available O's, which changes certain anagrams' length.
And you're saying there's some indicator of how to do that via the video games.
Yes.
Okay.
Right here in the word search, though I did have to go back into the paragraph text of the chapter to get the clue that I didn't catch the first time that says, oh, okay, yep.
Got it. Okay. I'm not I'm still processing it, but I think I'm getting kind of the gist. So thank you again.
And everybody, if you want to record this yourself, you can. Somebody just hit record. You can record it. That's fine. I just allowed everybody to record the Zoom if you want.
I'm just a little slower sometimes.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, I may have to rewatch it. I'm still not getting it. I hope you are, K-Pro. So I understand. Are there or 3 hints, but HI, you said HI.
No, but you're assuming, Mike, that you're using the exact same words. What I think he is saying is there is an indicator somewhere of which sets of O's. The O's are the breakers, like we said. So it's not necessarily going to rule out just on the words we said. There's some sort of indicator, like maybe we use the O's between rail/liar and the O's between that R. So we're going to get a different set of letters depending on which O borders we use, and we're going to get a different message then. That's what I think he's saying, and it's something to do with Pac-Man, Dungeons, Dragons, etc.
Well, no, your hint is the first anagram where it says turns, and from the front facing side, you went down one row and over to the opposite side to complete the word turns.
Okay.
Now, in your back version, go look at lines 7 through 9. Now, you instead of special being cut off, because of the different O walls, you now have special right there, but you also have THEUMP to add to your anagram.
Them up.
Yeah, because you can go, like in Pac-Man, you go back across the side, but in word search, you have to go down one row. And we saw that action in the turns. So if you combine word search rules with Pac-Man rules, you on the first anagram, line them up. There are no special bends or turns. But if you reverse this, now your end points have changed. Right here, you couldn't combine the UMP with special, but on the backward version, you can.
Well, it's not that we combine
Oh,
them.
I see. No, he's saying you can jump lines now in a different way. You know how you didn't like certain ones because the A column would have cut it off. The A column no longer cuts it off when you switch it. I see what you're saying. So,
Okay, let's do it. This is them up, correct? I mean, that's what's here.
Yeah, but now you can jump down one row with CEISAPLE.
Why is it doing that?
It's almost like if you were to put them side by side.
Well, just like on the front facing anagram, you took the S and the R from the top row and then combined them with the TUN directly on the row below it to make the word turns. Now, if you look at your O's, your block is O right before west, and then O again right before the center cross. So you have all of those letters now available to you.
so it breaks the rule if you do it forwards, but it doesn't break the rule if you do it backwards.
Yeah, because you don't go up, right?
Right. I see what you're saying. I mean, yeah, this is going to take me a while to digest, but I at least understand, I think, the concept of what you're saying.
I still don't understand hints here, but maybe I'm just not getting it. This M should not be circled, or it should. Lemon is there.
I'll give you a clue. That M is part of Yeoman, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm in this
Or
one.
is it part of O-Man?
But then,
It could be
if you
part
do
of
that,
O-Man, which is in the Moon chapter, for sure.
But again, then we're not using the A for R anymore. And that's a problem, right? If we were to do yeoman this way, or we were to do lemon.
Not with the Y. Only OMAN is found in the Moon chapter.
But then you can't use the A for R.
Okay, hold on.
Rule,
Yeah, but hold on. So the goal of this is to solve an anagram and then follow some instructions and then solve another anagram. So Oman very well could be something that you just haven't solved enough for or gotten to the future version with enough hints to get that thing. So right now, the thing that makes sense just by following the first clue on the turns and reversing this to a backside, now we have a new anagram to solve, which we've half solved here are 3 hints. So the first one could be 5 clues are 3 hints, something, 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 right? Or something else.
If it tells us what the 5 clues are hints to, well, that would be great, right?
Maybe, I have no idea, but you solve this method of anagrams because you have a little bit slightly different rules because of just the change in perspective, hint, of switching this from front to back. Yeah. And then there are going to be certain words that John uses or things that he says in these anagrams that gives you, oh, I have to go to the present version, I have to go to the past version. And then the job is, what do I have to change here to change the future?
But for this right here, hints doesn't work. So this works. 5 clues are there. There
is no reason that M is a wall.
Well, the word lemon is the reason.
No, the M is not a wall. O's are your walls.
So you're saying anagram any letters, doesn't matter if they're yellow or not. That's the problem. If you pick and choose,
no. I'm just saying you can anagram across anything that's not an O.
right. So we could anagram all of this right here. All this yellow.
No, that's a found word. So you're not anagramming that.
But lemon is a found word too.
Yeah, but you're not. Okay, so lemon is a found word, but it's not a wall. So you can anagram TSHIIN, but there might be something in your past version that you have to change that might get rid of one of those letters for you that makes it more apparent that it's hints. But if it's not apparent from your front version, the true walls are your O's. You anagrammed on your front version across words that you found.
Correct. But we didn't use any of the yellow letters. But you're saying
exactly, and you're not using any. You didn't use M in hints. You're just not using.
But we also separated the. But although with the turns, I guess we did go here and we.
Yep, and then
turns, we did skip the V.
Yeah,
I see. So okay, that's true. We did skip the V. Okay.
Yep.
So the 5 clues are 3 hints in. Let's just go with it and see if it makes sense in the end. In, now we skip all this.
It can't be in because you already used the in for hints.
Oh, you're right. Okay. All right.
So you've kind of jumped the gun on this one on what words that you need to change in your past, but you're getting it, and I'll let you continue. But the structure is past, future, and present.
Yeah, go ahead, Bert.
Just to make this kind of clear for those of us who are lost and aren't sure if we're listening to genius or insanity, but I really believe it's genius. Can we just go to the past version and figure out the word that is going to eliminate one of those I's so that this all comes into focus?
The word that is going to eliminate. I'm not sure what you're asking.
He seems to be saying there's a change in, I think a found word that's going to eliminate the extra I's, so it's just hints and not this.
Okay.
I do agree. I think we should solve clearly the other version first. Like what it says. Because you guys kind of left off.
Mike, do you hear me? I'd like to ask a question.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. I'm just going back to something more fundamental. I'm following the whole conversation, but here's my question for everybody. Why on the top left is the QVU not used under any approach, whether it's normal, Back to the Future? Why is somebody so brilliant not able to make 3 letters that would have just been crossed out in some way? Why would every letter not be used?
It is used in a future layer.
You were able to find a QU anagram in a future layer that results in an actual word?
As part of a future puzzle, yes.
Okay.
And what
the letters you would find theoretically you would theoretically have to find a word including a Q, a U, the V would have to be used too, and you would need a vowel, so you're going to probably need an A.
There are multiple ciphers in this word search, and there are instructions on almost every hint to tell you which cipher to use.
Yeah, okay. you're making a really bad assumption, assuming it's only anagrams. And I think under the word search, and the next puzzle, it kind of hints at that, right? So,
okay,
right.
I'm not making any assumption. That's my point. I'm saying that I believe that every leftover letter must be used in some way. Otherwise,
he's saying it is, but in a future puzzle, Greg. Which I don't understand yet, but I'm open.
I don't either, but at a minimum, even in a present puzzle, it should be used in some form of some kind of.
But when we just did it the right way, there were 3 letters, groups of 3 letters left over. Now here was only NT, but 3, 3, 3, 3, and then we have all these leftover letters down here. And we thought it was a cipher or we do something with his letters, but we don't know yet. So there are leftover letters. He didn't use every letter. At least not in this iteration, maybe in a future puzzle.
Right. So I'm just saying that I believe that at the end, which none of us know, all of those letters will ultimately be used in some form.
Okay.
Otherwise,
I
it's
agree
not a
with you.
masterpiece of a puzzle.
I agree with you.
I'm not at the end, and there are versions where there is nothing left on the board except for the O's.
And that would be a perfect puzzle then. That actually would make sense. Okay.
No, it in that in itself is a thing that you get as part of a hint. So the basic structure of this is going to be solve something so you get to this word search stage, solve something to get some anagrams. Those anagrams are going to reveal hints. Then you have to solve the hints, which will give you the things for the actual box, the location, like the actual clues or hints for the actual box. The numbers play a very important role on your first front-facing version. There are instructions. On the back-facing version, there are no instructions except for the anagrams. So just that all plays together, but you have to do it at different versions, just like in Back to the Future. If he didn't do something, then he was going to lose his parents. Hopefully that's not a spoiler for anyone. But right, so
Why is that going to go?
same thing applies here. You have to go back and change something to change the future, which will give you new anagrams. And those anagrams, when you solve them correctly and not the red herring way, is very, very specific. They very much jump out. I think K-Pro said that the other day in Discord or on YouTube, that when you do solve something, it is very, very apparent. And then the things that you learn along the way apply to how you're going to solve those hints. But the anagrams are instructions on how to find or solve the hints. And KVU is part of a cipher, hint, solution thing, puzzle.
QVU. Yeah. Okay.
Or QVU. Well, yeah, different versions of it include different.
So let's go down this path because I'm not sure if I'm convinced or not. I love the idea. I just like, how did John make this work? Because he had to use a computer to set this up. But anyway, 5 clues are 3 hints. Now again, we're not using the M or the I. It's HINTS, correct? I mean, we have to do it that way.
Yeah, at this stage, you might discover, oh, what you have to go change in the past to be able to get this version, or what you have to go solve in the past to get this version, so you kind of skip a step. But yeah.
Okay, hints.
Can we name the spreadsheet past and future so I'm tracking with what we're talking about? I think reverse is future and original is past. Is that right?
The question is, what is the puzzle presented in the book? Is that present? Like you could say this is present or this is what's in the book, right? I'll say present just because it's in the book. I mean, again, I don't know how we should word this. Since we reversed it, this is past. Do I have that right? We went in the past to reverse it. I mean, that's how I would read it. And that's assuming there's a future version.
It's the back version is what I found it easiest because he references the back. Yep, exactly. In chapters.
So back as in backwards. Okay. Yep. So this you could say is forwards, I guess, but yeah, back. Does that help? Whoever asked.
Yeah, and then what are we thinking future is? And I'm just I'm going back here to I think I keep hearing there's something we need to do in the present to correct that I. And I just feel like if we figure out that key, this will all make sense. But right now I'm, not conceptualizing it.
Yeah, and I'm trying to see if this second message helps, like if it's a not a coincidence type thing. So that's kind of why I wanted to go through the rest, but
okay.
You guys are forget. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Candy.
I was going to say you guys are forgetting the secret message that we got before this was it's a mission. So we're
steady to complete the mission.
Yeah, we got to do a mission. So of course it's going to have word choices that are going to be cryptic and encode, and like I think there's even 007 in there or something in the book. Remember how like they choose the badge 007 for the
Apple
Sapphire
chapter? Yeah.
And then you got the word sapphire right there. So I think he's telling you 007.
What's 007 got to do with sapphire? Well, I don't know. I'm not sure how you made the connection.
So in the chapter Sapphire from the Lion's Share,
yes,
it talks about Steve Jobs and the badge numbers they choose, right? And he's all pissy that someone got 1, and he's like, I want 1. So he chooses
is it
0.
in that chapter? Okay, I thought it was in the chapter before. Got it. Okay.
No, it was in the Sapphire chapter because it then goes on to say this is how he got his money. This is why he's collecting sapphires. But the other badge that's chosen at random is 007. And in this word search, the first layer that we see is sapphire. So that could be alluding to 007, because what other 007 missions do you know? There's like, it's always like 007 is the one that has the missions. So I think he's taking a lot of different layers and giving you hints and telling you like, this is what you have to do. So maybe Sapphire is the part that tells you this is the mission 007. So take that and then apply Ready Player One, and then apply Zork and all the other references he gave you from like the 80s, not now, the ones from the 80s, and it should, make more sense.
Like looking up the quote. I found lots of stuff looking up the quote that was found out of the word search. Just that one quote, I think, actually leads to the other 4, and that would be 5 from the word search.
Is that Denise?
Yes.
Hey, Denise.
Hi.
I know
Hi.
everybody's voice now. It's crazy.
Yeah. It's the pop, it's the pop culture, like Candy was saying. So we got the sentence, and now we have to go into like back to the book. There's the back, right? Back to the book. And I found tons of stuff in the book, in the chapters for where I'm at. But, obviously it's still an opinion until something happens. But I did find a real world sapphire, the same shape, ginormous. And the city from a movie was confirmed. So I think it's maybe do some research with that actual sentence that came out of the word search.
So let's continue on with this path, though, because I like it. I'm not understanding.
Wait, can I ask one thing?
Seattle.
All right.
Okay, so whatever Andy just said, the person that has been sharing the instructions and the clues says Andy got it exactly right and figured it out. What the heck? Can we
Is that what he said? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, no, it's in the chat. He's saying Andy figured it out, you go, or something like that. So can you repeat what you said, because I'm not following that?
So I was saying, there's certain details that when I was reading part of the book, I haven't finished the book yet. I get too squirrel about it. But when I was reading the first chapter, Sapphire, it talks about Steve Jobs and how he partnered up with his friend and they decide to get badges. And the friend is like, I want number 1. And he's like, well, that's not fair. I want to be number 1. So then he gets to create a number 0 badge, right? And then out of nowhere, they randomly say, and then they made a 007 badge.
He picked 007, right?
Yeah. Well, no, he got 0. There was 1, and then there's another one that was 007, and the 007 is the guy that was the one that collected the sapphire.
Okay.
And so I thought it was really strange that in the first layer of the word search, you see the word sapphire, because I was doing all these different rabbit holes and everything, and I was like, no, it's got to be something with sapphire that is the chapter sapphire. And so it tells you 007. And in the hidden instructions that people figured out and shared, it says to complete this mission. So it's like, I'm an old school kid, and I know whenever you hear mission, I'm thinking 007 or Kim Possible.
James Bond. Yeah. This is your mission. Like, what was the old TV show? This will just self-destruct. Mission Impossible. Yeah. Mission Impossible.
Okay, so then if we take that, that's when we know that the O's are the borders or the blocks. That's why we use the O's as confirmers on that one, because of that chapter. I think that's what I'm hearing.
007. That's interesting.
And that's why the O's are the borders. And in other ones, it might be the I's are a border or something else.
Or look up that quote in the 007 movie from the 80s. It'll probably come up.
Exactly. Is that what you're saying? Is it Joe? Is it Joe, or what's your first name? Joe Atrenaman?
Hey, she's a secret agent. She can't, give away that information. Or
sorry, it's just Denise again. Sorry, I'm not logged in.
Not you, Denise.
Oh,
I don't know about the 007. I got the O's as being walls because of Pac-Man. It references the walls kind of that you would see in the old Pac-Man game. But what I was referencing is Indy getting it right is the instructions of what to solve and when to solve are sometimes in the chapter based on what it's referencing. And you kind of got that if you, and I put this out in, with spoiler tags out in Discord, the clues in the chapters helped give the structure of this word search, right? So the reference to Zork is you're typing in instructions and so on and so forth. But once you get in pretty deep, I think where K-Pro, where you are, some of the stuff, you have to go back and read the chapter and take instruction or clue from that and apply it again into whatever version that you're working on into the word search. based on whatever that cultural reference was about.
Got it. Because I've done that 3 times in other chapters, but I haven't done all of it. So I see, because I didn't know, like when he says everything you need is in this chapter, Mike and I were debating this morning. I'm thinking you don't go to the other chapters, but there's some things that are like exact wording
There's
that
some
makes
things
it
that lead
pretty
you to
obvious that
another
you do.
chapter. And is that okay? I guess he's saying everything you need's in the word search in this chapter. But if the chapter leads you to another chapter, I guess that's okay. That's valid.
Yeah, because basically, before you get to the past and future box, you've read the whole first part of the book, right? So there's things that he says in the beginning of the book where it says how to read this book, which again, I think everyone needs to read that thing and put down every little variation of what you think it could do or mean, because that's the key to all of this. And so he says, if something doesn't add up or it sounds a little strange, or even something that's not even like a reference should fit there, he says, like, pay attention to it. And then, like, not to mention in the chapter Sapphire, he randomly shows a picture of I forgot his name, but it's from Star Trek. And he's like, no, not that one. Not that one from Star Trek. And I'm just like, that is so random. So you know that's gonna be used somewhere too. You just need to make sure, like, every time it's kind of like that image search where it's like you're looking at a room and they tell you, okay, some of these items in this room are supposed to be here. What doesn't fit? And you got like a freaking cow in the room or something. Like, you gotta look for stuff like that.
I don't know. I don't know. But again, let's go back to this, because if this doesn't make sense, I'm not seeing it. If this message doesn't give us something, then I'm not seeing it personally. But maybe it will. 5 clues are 3 hints, and then word search.
Well, what you should be doing is listening to Michelle. She said, find the quote from the 80s for 007, and it'll tell you what to do. How else are you supposed to know what
I didn't hear that. Is that what you're saying? The cultural references?
That was Denise Bagley.
Oh, sorry.
It's
Denise.
okay. And also the 80s museum, or the pop culture museum, is in Seattle. So anyway, if that helps anybody get them closer. Anyway, whatever. Nobody knows. I don't know till it happens, but I found a lot of stuff with the pop culture, and that museum is right in Seattle. And so is the needle and the thread.
Shaken, not stirred. But that's not, is that what you're saying? That those aren't the instructions?
If somebody could give me the instructions, I would really love it.
Well, we're talking about the word search, Denise.
Okay, wait.
No, I know, but those are the instructions for later once you get to the spot.
Okay, so hold on a second. I'd like to break in just because a couple of people have said this in chat. I think what we need to start with is one puzzle or idea, work it all the way through, and then go to the next one. We've gotten some really good ideas that have taken us, we're 20% there on this piece, and then we jump to another piece and another puzzle, and I think it's been great, but I think if we go one all the way through, it might be helpful. And parking lot, any good idea that we go back to, because there's some really brilliant ideas happening, but it's right now a little bit chaotic for people to follow along, and we have to digest the new stuff. I'd throw that out by way of some comments in chat, so if we go back to what we originally said, we wanted to try just this first one that I guess we're calling present now, and walk it all the way through. And then we definitely, there's 2 more, or it sure seems interesting, and all these other ideas. But if we could get to 1 all the way through, I think would be super helpful.
Because if this is a valid message that tells us what to do, then I would be sold. But if it's not, then I might not be. So 5 clues are 3 hints. Got it? But then the word
Okay, you're doing the opposite of what I just said, but I'm okay with it if that's what you want to do.
What do you want to do, Kate?
We want to go to the original one. Yeah, the first one, go to present
because
or message.
At least confirm, because especially because on the YouTube video, guys, there wasn't an agreement necessarily. So we definitely need to look at the first one and come to a definite conclusion that this is what the message says.
Okay. So there are 5 clues in this word search. Is pretty concrete. We got that, right? I think everybody agrees on that. On these right here. There are 5 clues in this word search. Do not tell anyone. I think everybody's do not tell anyone, but do not tell, yep, anyone. Now the question becomes this word line. Do we use line or do we not use line? Line them up, or do we skip line and we go to a message that does not use the word line? That's the first question, correct? Let's take a vote. Who says we use the word line and who says we don't because we circled it?
I sure love using line, but it does break the rule.
Right.
I think that's where Joe first chimed in when we were back here like an hour ago, was he says there's clues for the rules that sometimes allow us to use it and sometimes don't. Because we were talking about line earlier, and then we talked about rail and liar, and then that's where he said sometimes we do use it, sometimes we don't.
So can somebody
But in
point
this
out
one,
what would
I
tell
like-
us to use the word line? Right. What in the chapter would tell us? Go ahead and use the word line. Is there anything?
What about tallies or
Tally.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I could be totally off on that. I just was thinking it.
Okay, so let me chime in on my thought and then you guys rip it apart. I really like it because it fits exactly.
Right.
And it's such a popular term. It seems very logical to use it. But that's my imagination side. But my code breaking side, which I'm a novice at, it breaks the rule. So I feel like my heart is saying use it because it so looks good, but my head is saying do not use it because it is not, it doesn't fit the pattern and it needs to fit the pattern. So that's my both
I
sides.
have a question. When you guys tallied up the words in reverse and the words in diagonal to the numbers, because I was like, well, how come you can't use rail? But if you look at you know how you tally the directional words to match the numbers, perhaps that gives you more, because you can't deny that there's 4 O's around liar and line. But perhaps because liar is backwards, you take that out of that square box and only use the word line. And then in the reverse side, you'll end up using rail and not the word line. That's just my thinking there.
I was doing that tally with you the other night, and I thought your count was off by 1, and I resolved it by removing line, and then the count was good. But
Well, and if you include 9, that takes the E away and add in line, the numbers still match. It feels like confirmation bias. I'm forcing it, but the numbers do match. If you include 9 to take that E out, you then would remove line. I'm just saying.
Yes,
and I
because
don't trust my counts.
because on the 9 on the back version, it's a word, and so it's going to basically get rid of line. But what you're trying to solve here and why line makes sense right here is because it's the only thing that in this current front-facing version solves the middle anagram. Line them up.
Yeah, it's the only word that makes sense, and it's right here. I kind of see that.
Nowhere on your spreadsheet do you have anything lined up. So you haven't discovered what to line up yet. When you discover what to line up on your back version, your only instruction on the back version is rail. So there's lots of instructions on this one. Count 3, square 3. Well, there's a formula in Excel that's called square. You have to solve all of these numbers in here, which will give you something on the front-facing version to line up. And then as long as you're steady with that, this back version here, when you get to it, is going to make sense. I only gave you guys this hint is because Michelle was already finding it and everyone was confused. This is like layer 3 or layer 4. You still have to go solve the Ready Player one. You have to solve the Bitcoin one.
Does the universe just like cut them off?
So when you say solve, do you mean figure out what phrase applies to the word search from the game or from the movie?
Yeah, so go back to the front-facing version real quick. This version right here, you can solve the Ready Player one and you can solve the Bitcoin puzzles.
You know, we lost you for like a good minute because it just like completely cut you out.
I didn't, Indy. I think it's just you. I didn't.
I heard it the whole time.
I think
yeah,
it's
when you were actually saying that when he was talking. So I think you just that's okay, but I do think it's just you.
Can you tell us what the Ready Player One is? Because I don't think I'm following.
That's up to K-Pro. She's had it for a while. I think a bunch of us have had it. I'll leave that to everyone else. But there's a Ready Player One puzzle, and then there's a Bitcoin puzzle that can be solved on this place one. That changes your puzzle board. Okay. And then right now, line is what your first hint to your first anagram that you could solve that actually gave you instruction. There's literally nothing up to this point that gave you any instruction on what to do outside of the paragraphs inside of the chapter. This is your first instruction. So you should follow it. But when you follow this, and now that you kind of already have a little skip ahead with your backwards version, hopefully things will make sense here. But right now, your version, and what I've not seen in Discord or anyone share with anything publicly, is line them up. There are no special bends or turns. You still have to do that. And then there are instructions right here on this board that you have to play Zork and type in formulas inside of Excel, which will give you something, and then solve that, which will give you the thing that you need to do to make sense on your backwards version. And K-Pro, I think you already got to a point where one of the hints says present kind of thing. And there's certain things that will lead you to what your new present board. Your present will always change every time that you have to go back into the past or into the future to change something.
Are you saying you got a solution from using the formulas? It's something that makes sense?
There, you have to solve between 3 and 5 different things on here.
It's
on the normal board.
Each one of those solves, you have to solve like 3 or 5 different things, clues that he's laid here. But it does, like K-Pro said last night, they pop out. The when you get to the answer, you're like, oh, holy shit.
Well, how?
But
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, think about it. So in Ready Player One versus Bitcoin, right? Why was Bitcoin created? If you look up the back history on Bitcoin, which I did, it says they've created Bitcoin because they were going against the system. Ready Player One is all about going against the system. You're going against the system. A mission in 007 is you're going against the system.
How does that help with the word search? I understand what you're saying, but how does it help with the word search? That's the disconnect I have.
To complete the mission, you got to understand the mission. And once you understand the mission, which is the back history on Bitcoin and Ready Player One, then you'll know what to look for.
You already know what it is, Candy? Did you already have this?
I cannot confirm nor deny.
Okay, but Mike, let's go back again. I don't want to be a broken record, but
you're
let's
right.
not jump around. Let's go back to that one. Let's keep going. You asked the question, then we went off on a rabbit hole, which I love, but let's just, do we use the word line or not? In my opinion, I'm going to go toward yes.
Yeah, I think so too.
And let's keep going.
Because it's the only word that is in order of the sentence that is forward. There's no
Did
other
you say
word.
lion?
No, line, L-I-N-E.
Oh, okay.
So I agree. I believe that this is correct. There are 5 clues in this word search, but do not tell anyone. Line them up. There are no special bends. So line them up. Actually, that means there's 5 things to line up. I just read it that way for the first time. I think the line them up are the 5 clues. There's line them up. There are no special bends or turns. Just remain steady to complete the mission. Does anybody want to give the opposing opinion of why we don't use the word line? You're all under oath. You're going to be called to testify at the end.
Let's go. Nope. We executive
Do you
decision.
think
we've entered a contract.
Yeah.
You think he chose the words remain steady, and then if we don't apply them, we're missing something? Because those are pretty odd words to put here. I think they're relevant.
I think remain steady means do not break the rule. That's my opinion. It might be totally wrong, but I think it means if you're breaking significant rules, that means you're not getting it right and keep trying.
So in other words, if you
possibly,
even if it doesn't make sense to you, do what I'm telling you to do. Remain steady.
I think remain steady means keep going.
That too. Mm-hmm.
Mike,
I think more about what it might mean.
From? Mike, you're using the line in yellow?
Yes, exactly.
So that would be an error by the author.
Well, no, we think he did it on purpose in order to explain something else to us. We think there's a reason.
But
to Greg's point, it does break the pattern of not using the yellow. I know what you're saying, Greg, and that's why I'm.
Yeah, I mean that's just like that's the classic example with love because I love you, but like that's clearly.
I understand.
You're
Did
trying
he
to
put-
reverse engineer a flaw in the solution.
And
If
did he
there's
put,
a flaw in the solution, it's meant to be there.
did he put
Well,
liar
it's
here to say he can break the rules? Is that why liar is right above line, meaning, yep, I lied. I break the rule with this word. I
and
don't
you've got
know,
the
but
4 circles. I mean, otherwise, why wouldn't you use the 3 circles in the middle? Well, I guess they're not highlighted in yellow, but I mean,
so I think this is the correct message right here. So the question is, are we supposed to line something up before we reverse the? And again, what tells us to reverse the puzzle to begin with? Back to the Future.
Mike, let me just rephrase my point in a different way. I understand that line them up makes sense. It's grammatically, it's perfect, it's logical. I get it. But all he had to do was switch the order of the L and the I, and suddenly it would have been an anagram rather than a word, and it would have made sense.
That's what I brought up last night. That's correct.
Oh, I didn't hear last night. Sorry.
I don't know why he didn't. So there must be a reason why he didn't.
Or it's a mistake.
In the other layers, it seems, perhaps.
Maybe. So this is a path we're going down. It may be not correct, but it seems to me like it's lining up that it is. So if this is the correct message, what are we supposed to do from here? He says there's 5 clues in this word search. Don't tell anyone. Then he says line them up. There are no special bends or turns. So the 5 clues we have to line up? Is that?
It does. If you look it up, it does say remain steady, says to not move, don't change anything, to be constant, firm, unchanging. All those things kind of point to like, don't fuck with this. It's right there. If you ask me, those are pure instructions.
Yeah, so to your question, Mike, can you put line in orange just because it doesn't fit, but it kind of fits and we're debating it? So to me now, you take this and on this version, I'm still debating because I like it so much, these other versions, but my God, I've worked so hard on this one. There are 5 different puzzles now that are embedded within, like maybe Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina. Let's just say that's one of them. There are 5 clues in here. And you need to figure out the other 5 for this to make sense and give you, because this does not give you a hint to a location. But when you start cracking those 5, it is going to help you crack a location, much like Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina. That is an example. That's what I think. There's 5 embedded. Like, could it be the QVU and BMA is a clue? Anything after the X on 14 and 15 is a puzzle. Those each, I think, are puzzles that need to be cracked. That's my opinion.
So what do we do from here?
I want to.
Go ahead. Weigh in.
I want to argue that eons should be a word, and that the message makes more sense without no, because I am hearing people saying there are special bends or turns.
There are.
So eons is row 8.
Okay. So right here, in other words, we wouldn't use on anymore.
And we wouldn't unscramble that to no in the message.
There are special bends or turns. So in other words, that's interesting. That changes the message totally. If we do this, if we say this was a word we were supposed to circle, there are 5 clues in this word search. We do not tell anyone. Line them up. There are special bends or turns. Just remain steady to complete the message. Well, that changes the message totally, doesn't it?
Well, but then that takes us out of our 19 nomenclature. But
19 words?
Yeah.
Maybe it's supposed to.
Eons.
Absolutely. I'm just throwing out the I'm so confirmation bias, but yeah.
It sounds like you have a lot of the 5 words that are supposed to be lined up, and maybe that's where.
So we have the message. Maybe the word no is there, and maybe the word no is not there. But what is telling us to reverse this? If you just say just Back to the Future, I'm not seeing it. What in the chapter tells us to reverse this? Because this message does not tell us to reverse this. Unless you're trying to say line them up means to line them up in reverse.
Well, at the end on the paragraph, when he talks about the word search, before he starts the part about grandma and grandpa, if you stop there, he says, I happen to remember a second game who also inspired from my boyhood memories, period.
And we have to figure out what that second game is, I think, right?
And then you have the word makes in there, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm being biased or not or whatever.
Well, if line them up is supposed to be line them up in reverse order, then I would say no special bends or turns is correct because he's saying reverse it. Don't change anything else. But I would hope he would tell us reverse in this message. If you know what I mean, I hope he would give us a different hint to say.
But does the 5 words you have to line up tell you that? Because we don't know what those 5 words are.
Well, you said eons, right? Is that chapter 19? Where is it in the chapter?
It's in the moon chapter. But
If you use eon, you can take line out of there, and it wouldn't be a word that you're used in the yellow as a horizontal line.
But how would we? I mean, until you figure out the message, you wouldn't know to do that, right? And that goes back to, is every one of these words in the book? That's an interesting theory, which we're going to have to try and figure out, I guess.
I don't think so. I've been plugging them in because I scanned the book and I embedded the text, and they're not.
You don't see every word in there? Can you say one that's not in the book, like west, north, 12, 3, all that? Divide?
Yeah. What did I just? Lilac is not in the book.
Lilac. Okay. Interesting.
About SOS.
Actually, omen is not in the book. Woman, it shows up in the search, but it's always with woman. But if somebody does for sure know that omen is in there, then my search is not reliable.
It's in chapter 19, and then your eons word is on page 167, but I haven't highlighted it, but I noted it in my notes. He has divides and eons in that and also omen.
Can you give me a page number for omen?
Yeah, 167.
The word omen by itself?
Oh, correct, not yeoman.
Right.
OMAN.
And I don't think I circled omen, did I? Where is it? OMAN, like Oman, like the country? OMAN.
Omen is like a bad sign, right?
I thought it was
Oh, no, that's
eons.
OMEN. Is that a word?
But eons is on page 167, but I don't know which paragraph. I just have it written on my side note. However, the other person was saying that eons was part of the reverse one. So
I think what matters is to the point of, is the word no in here? Are there no special bends or turns? Or
So
not? What does line them up mean?
Turns is only achieved by a special bend, right? Because it's a word over 2 lines.
Well, unless you read it as this is a line, don't turn it. Just don't turn it upside down. I'm reading it now as this is a line. Each one of these are lines. It's actually a column, but he used the word lines. There are line them up, meaning line them up in a different order. I don't. What tells us to reverse it? That's what I'm trying to get out of this message.
Well, just first
the word makes, maybe
you have to go from row 9, column S, column T to row 10. Is that it?
Wait, is it possible that when you get the 5 clues, he's saying line them up so that it's almost like a zipper, and it's going to have a secret message in itself when you have those 5 lines lined up, like another word search?
I don't know. How do we know?
We're going to get the
Somebody knows.
information.
Tell us.
Good.
No, okay, so there are 5 clues, and on this front-facing board, there's the word 5. So find 5 of something and line them up.
5 numbers?
Something, and when you solve that, you're going to do something. It's going to reveal something, you're going to do something. I will not say if these are the right starting words. None of my solves have counted on getting the right words right the first time, because we already got to the point of this where there are 5 clues in this word search, but do not tell anyone. Just remain steady to complete the mission. That middle one is using one of the words, and sure, it can be up to debate on whether or not to use it right here. And if you don't use it, that's fine. please post your solution for what that anagram now says for instead of them up, because that may or may not make sense. Because without that line, without using that line, the only instructions that you have on this puzzle right now is count 11, count 3, round 3, 19, something, square 3, things like that, right? So you could go solve that one if you wanted to. But if you are assuming and going down the path that line means something and you had to circle it, but you're just not using it, or you're not getting rid of it to not use it, you are actually going to use the letters to create a command, then you should explore what are the 5 things that you have to line up.
So let me ask you this. If that's correct, there are 5 clues, line them up. We're supposed to find the 5, it's 5 words, I assume. But is that what tells us to reverse it? Because I still haven't seen anything that says to reverse the puzzle.
The reversing of the puzzle is going to, one, help you make sense of some of the things, but then you will find the one group of anagrams or group of letters that creates an anagram that basically ties in all of the hints that this crew has discovered a week ago about the Back to the Future and things like that. And then if you have any knowledge about how to play Zork, some of the instructions that are very cryptic will become clear, things like that. But right now, on this Zoom call, if you use the word line, then you need to come up with 5 clues.
Right.
If you don't use the word line, then somebody needs to post what they think the answer is to that middle section, because as far as I know, it's unsolvable.
So there are 5 clues in this word search. Okay, so we need to pick 5 of these words and line them up somehow.
Hey, Joe, can I ask you a question?
Figure out what they are.
Hello?
Go ahead, Candy.
Oh, I was gonna ask Joe a question. For the 5 clues, you know how we're looking for certain words? I'm just spitballing here. Is it possible one of those words that you found is actually the name of a operations project from James Bond? You know how they always have code names? It's like, Operation Blizzard, stuff like that.
Guess he's not going to answer you, Candy.
I think I'm onto something, guys.
Well, I like the.
I'm sorry. Was that directed to me? I'm sorry.
Yeah. What's your first name? Is it Joe or is it not Joe?
You can call me Joe. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, okay, go ahead. So she's saying it could one of the words be from a James Bond operation from one of the movies or books.
Yeah, you know how they have code names for the missions? It's like Operation Blizzard, Operation Seahawk. There's some words in there that people are like, what the heck are we going to use this for? But we know he's referencing certain 80s nostalgia from certain movies. And I mean, 007.
None of my clue solves involved me to do more than do a quick wiki search, or maybe like I did dig in a little bit deep on the Pac-Man game, maybe a little bit too much, but but that yeah. So nothing that I did to get my solves, I had to go read a book or anything. I'm not super aware of I haven't read any of 007 books. But the words do seem weird when you circle them or when you anagram them. But because you are under specific instructions and those instructions equate into numbers, then when you pull them out of order, they mean something. Like I said, from this stage here, you should be solving the line them up or the anagram if you're not using line. And then to K-Pro's point the other day, the Ready Player One solve and then the Bitcoin solve is kind of hinted at this stage too, because it's in the chapters. So
there are 5 clues in this word search, but don't tell anyone. Line them up. Okay, so we need to pick 5 words and line them up somehow. And I'm not sure what we do then. It just says to line them up.
Would you allow a quick diversion because I still have like a level one sort of alternative. And if you notice on row 12, column 3, there's a diagonal word dose that we don't use. And we don't use it because it breaks up all the very important words in the anagram there. And I think that suggests we don't use diagonals. And I think of him doing word searches as a kid and, you know, putting a word search in front of my kid, he can find all the words that go left to right and maybe the ones that go back to left, but he doesn't even think in diagonal. So I kind of thought then we shouldn't use diagonals. And if we don't use diagonals, we can get a different message than the one we've got right now.
Because we would have to take out lemon. So the
And
M is here, divide. And I think state right here, state or estate. No, state, just state, S-T-A-T-E. Yeah, that's interesting. What's everybody think on that? I don't know.
It's easier to create a version without those things. And then the anagrams and things like that will be a lot more apparent.
Does dose mean two? Because two is following a pattern that I found. Does it mean two?
I think a 3-letter word. I'm not sure.
No, I mean like dose.
Like uno dos?
Yes, it's two, right?
That means two.
Okay, because I found 222 in one of the movies he mentions. I know, sorry, we don't want to go down that way, but I think you're right, Candy. I think you're going down the right direction.
Well, did you see?
That's how I found stuff.
Well, you know how he said he's referenced before. He called his treasure a trove. I found codename Trove for 007, and it follows the storyline where they investigate the appearance of forged Russian treasures on the British antiques market, suspecting a Soviet scheme to raise currency for covert operations abroad or for payoffs. Currency. Oh, never mind. I just got bitched out.
Yeah, I got lost there. But regarding dose, that's a Spanish word. It's 3 letters and it means 2. So this is a 4-letter word, D-O-S-E, on a diagonal.
Dose, right. I mean, there are words we haven't used. Anime is in there too. So there are certain words we didn't circle. So I'm not sure what the rules were and how we were supposed to know which one.
Mike, I have one comment, but I have a question that will make my comment make sense or not. If you look at the line where you have the word remain, and then so after the word dirt going backwards, there's the letter D that you have highlighted in yellow after dirt. Why is that D highlighted? What is that D part of?
Divide. Diagonal. D-I-V-I-D-E right here.
Oh, divide.
Yep.
Yes, if you eliminate diagonals, you get marine codes.
I was going to say, if you eliminate the diagonals, divide goes away, estate goes away, and therefore that yellow D is not yellow anymore. Same on it. After dirt, the D goes white, then O-C-S, then the E goes white, and then you have an anagram for codes, C-O-D-E-S.
And marine rearranges to, remain rearranges to marine. And actually it says coin, just marine codes. You lose the I too. And if you take a look at the coin on this box, it looks like a marine navigation symbol, or like however they draw angles on maps. And then steady that follows, steady as she goes. And then I say, instead of, and I think it could be both now that we added eons and removed no's. You can say there are, or 3 are bonds, 3 are special bonds, or 3 are bends or turns. You could use both with different maybe partial solutions. But he asserts bonds in our unbreakable thread, and he said that's a clue. There's a clue in that book. So yeah, if you go that route, you get bonds, marine codes, the coin matches, steady as she goes. So maybe there's more than one message even embedded in the anagrams.
So steady is in regards to a ship, navigation, steady to complete the mission.
Yeah, and you've got the other navigation hints on the coin for the box.
Yeah, and I want to back Bird up. Yes, there are different anagrams or different versions of this, but you have to do it in a certain order to get all of the solves. And so this is just like D&D where you go and attempt a quest and you might not have all of it, or you use the wrong word in the beginning. So you apply your Back to the Future power and you go to a previous version and you fix it. We're in Excel, so you can just do that on the fly or whatever and create a bunch of different versions. But 100% Bird, you are exactly right. There are different versions of each level of this, of the various anagrams. And as you notice, they're all numbered here, 1 through 15 and 1 through 20. There are specific things that are in here that are going to tell you which version that you have to do and when. If that makes sense.
It doesn't make sense yet, but I
It
can't
totally makes sense to me. So if somebody could give me the directions, I would love it.
Denise will go get it. That's right.
I know. That's what I'm telling you. I'm at the Space Needle. You thread a needle. You thread the string.
Oh, you're in Seattle? Yeah, I got you. Okay.
There's a museum right there. There's the World, that's an Earth, which is a newspaper, which their parents were reading.
Yeah, how about the tally the traffic and the parents with the counting of the cars and the heavenly bliss? Does anybody know what that means?
Yeah, I'm at a newspaper. I'm at a newspaper.
I don't think it's literal, Denise. I think
It's
it's a hint
lined
for
up.
this word search, and I just
Well, I have that circle. You know the circle that's in the book? The circle with the lines?
Yeah.
It's directly lined up with the Earth from the Space Needle. It goes Space Needle, it goes Earth, and then it goes to that circle. Google it. You can see right there. There's the circle. That's why I need you guys' help. I'm right here.
hit a lot of places, Denise. Though we got to go where this word search tells us to go, and I'm. Does anybody have the tally the traffic or the sitting in lawn chairs and all that? Does that mean anything to anybody? Tally the traffic sure sounds like we're adding something, doesn't it?
Hey, Mike, real quick, when it says there's no bends, or does it say bends or curves in this message, right?
Bends or
Curves like a moon, maybe a crescent moon.
there's no C.
Bends or turns.
It's okay.
Yeah, that's T, not C. There's no C for curves.
If someone just gives me those directions at the end, even though you think that it doesn't mean anything,
Do you have
that'd
the
be awesome. Yeah, I have a book, but didn't you say there was wasn't there specific directions and numbers and stuff?
Well, we're trying to figure that out. We don't know.
Yeah, so right now the instructions, if you
Yes, tell me, thank you.
Yeah, if you break the word search rules a little bit and you use line, which was given to us between 2 zeros, which there are only 2 words in this entire word search that have the barriers of 2 exact lines and that are 4 letters long. One's on the front and one's on the back. If you use this line and then you anagram the solve, it says line them up. There are no special bends or turns. That's the middle solve for the anagram if you use the word line as an instruction. If you don't use the word for the line, I have not been able to create a solve for the anagrams that make sense, but maybe if somebody wants to post it, that would be good. But right now, according to this, you have to find the 5 clues and line them up, or there's a different set of instructions inside of the word search. If you speak a little bit of Excel, which the very first apparent hint inside of the chapters is you basically use Excel for the word search, and that is round, count, things like that. Those are actual Excel formulas. And so if you do it from left to right and only on this front page or maybe on the front and back, I'm not going to reveal anything, then those are technically also instructions, and the answer are going to be numbers. Well, you already have numbers. You have 1 through 15 and 1 through 20. You also, when you line up your clues, you could apply numbers there. There's number references right here called 19, 3, 3, 5, 12.
How would you know what formula to apply to what number, though?
There is exactly 1 number tied to every formula on this front page.
Okay.
That's all I'm
into that. Okay. But again, how do we get the 5 clues? We've all agreed that there are 5 clues in this word search. And if we're supposed to line up the 5, how do we know which 5 words are the clues? Anybody?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi. I worked on this all night and I think I came up with something.
Okay.
And if you could color the numbers in green, the letters that you have for the numbers, make them green.
All right. Let's do that. Let me make a copy of this. That way. Yeah, we can create a copy. We can move it to the end and we can call it numbers. Okay, we've got 11. Right. We've got 0.
Zero.
Is that a number?
Yeah.
It is a number. That's true. We got 19.
Well, take the teen out, just use a 9. Take the teen out, just use a 9.
But why? I mean, I understand what you're saying, but how do we know to do that? But okay, 12.
Because it works for me. It works for me.
And that's the problem. That's part of the problem. He's got to tell us what to do, and I don't know if he's doing that or not. Okay, but I'm just willing.
You have two threes, right? 3 there.
Yep. 2, 3.
And you got there's another 3 somewhere.
The other 3, somebody tell me. There it is.
Oh my God.
Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 numbers. There we go. What do you got?
Oh yeah, what are those numbers? Please and thank you.
And also, I don't know if you said not to use 3-letter words or what.
He said not to use 3-letter words in the word search. That's correct.
Okay, but the number 1 there's a number 1. Like if you
I would
go
say
right,
we don't use it because he said not to. Just
okay, well that you can leave it out, but then you have to fill it in with your mind. You know what I'm saying? So now you've got these are your clues right here.
These 7 numbers. Okay.
I didn't use no the yellow ones.
Okay.
Okay, start at the bottom.
Sapphire.
And put sapphire on the side. Write it in over the side.
All right, let's do it down here. No, we can do it up here. Okay. All right.
Sapphire. Quarry.
Square.
Square. Dirt. Walk.
Okay.
I'm not sure what the I and the T are for. I can't read it backwards.
It would be peaks if we go up. Are you using diagonal words or no?
Dirt.
No, not diagonals at all. Because those are turns and bends. Peaks.
Where is dirt? I missed. Oh yeah, dirt is in. Oh yeah, we already got dirt. Okay, peaks. Okay. West.
West.
Line and state. Okay.
No, state line. State and then line.
Okay. State and then line.
Water.
Okay.
North. Rail.
Round.
Yeah.
Okay. And liar or rail, actually. Rail. Oh no, we got rail. Okay. And then is it
and lilac.
And then
lilac.
Okay. We got 14 words. All right. Now what?
Count, I think.
So we put
Oh yeah, we missed count.
Sapphire and quarry together.
Sapphire.
That's
quarry.
one clue.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
And then there's a square around it on a map, but I don't know if you need to use that yet. Dirt walk is a path.
Okay.
Peaks west.
I see what you're doing. You're just grouping them together. Okay. State
Right,
line.
I'm grouping them together. State line, right? That's one word. State line is one word.
Okay.
Water north. And
is
then
there something that directed you to match these two together? Is there a pattern?
Yeah, I looked it up online.
These match in Ohio, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard people saying that they can make all these different things match up in Ohio. I got it because there's a sapphire quarry there.
Yes.
Right. I mean, it could be, but it seems to me the puzzle wouldn't be that simple. It seems to me there's layers to this. This is what we've been investigating here. But until somebody finds a
Well,
box,
that's what
how about rail round? Is it rail round at the end? Or you use
there's
lilac?
a railroad. There's a railroad that goes around the quarry.
Oh, okay. I see. So they all kind of fit. I get it. I'd love for it to be that simple, but I don't know if it is.
It actually matches everything in mine too, believe it or not.
Seattle? Yeah, and that's
Yes.
the problem. Exactly.
I know. But anyway, so whoever that was, I appreciate it. And for some reason, I guess I owe you something.
What do you, the numbers that you have in green are the numbers for the address to this place.
All those numbers are in the address? Is it a business?
Except for the one. You don't have the one, O-N-E.
Well,
it's a park.
Yeah. It's a park. That's
Yeah.
interesting. So it's got a 9, a 3, a 5, a 0, and a 11, 12, and 3?
Could it be 19?
It's got 1 3 3 0 1 9 1 1 1.
That's the address?
I think it's 250. Yeah.
Will you write it down? 2 there on the side, please.
You can put it in the chat if you want, but have people been there, boots on the ground already looking?
And I'm not asking for that spot. I'm just asking to see if it confirms mine.
Okay, that's interesting. I mean, could it be that simple?
1 3 3 0 1 9 1 1, and I think it's 520.
And the phone numbers can be rearranged to a phone number in Youngstown, Ohio. Oh no, don't call anybody, guys. We learned that with the invitation. All right, I am going.
No, it's on the other. It's on the other side of the state, right near the state line.
I'm going to be right back.
There's at least 6 groupings of words there, so that would kind of indicate that the anagram message was wrong if this was right.
And I also found Ohio where I'm at too. The word.
Yeah, Ohio's definitely in there for sure. It seems to have been ruled out because it's been a proper noun.
Well, I want to go back to if there's 5 clues, how are we supposed to identify what they are?
I mean, if you majored in English, then you guys really should play with etymology.
JCB says you can use some proper nouns.
Some, yes.
And you don't have
So
to be a
Ohio
genius.
doesn't have to be omitted.
So you shouldn't have to go or know some crazy words or foreign words or anything like that. Yeah.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, Tom.
Hey, could it be 3?
You cut out. Say again.
3 are on bends and turns. Do we have the clues?
But you do not tell anyone. Line them up.
3 are on bends and turns.
It could be 3.
And then maybe those are the 3 clues.
Bends or turns. It could be.
Like maybe those diagonals are the clues that we line up.
Yeah, that sounds perfect.
But then what are the other 2? There are 5 clues in this word search, but don't tell anyone.
Well, it could be state, divide, or divider. It could be lemon, less, and turns. Maybe.
But they bend. They bend. They're crooked.
I don't know if that works or not, but there's got to be 5. Joe was basically saying there's 5 things to line up.
Well, Joe, you already have the 5, correct? Or at least you think you do.
I'm on the 5th solution of the 3rd.
Oh, so you're looking at there's 5 clues in this word search, but you've got to reverse it. In other words, there's 5 different ways to solve this word search. See, I'm looking at it literally as there's 5 words in this word search.
Yes.
Wait, now I'm taking it that there's 5 puzzles embedded in here.
Right.
And
could be.
Yes.
Joe, which one are you? Are you saying 5 puzzles? Because that's what, and I think you said a couple of words that are particularly important in a couple of them.
Yeah, so I believe there are 5 puzzles. I I'm not getting any indicator that there's more of something that I need to solve. I believe the second to the last or the last stage of that fit solve. Here, if you were going with 5 clues, there are, and the word 5 is listed right there, there is a way to get to 5 things. Tom, you said something about 3 are something something. Yes, that is a solvable anagram if you do something with the PMU on the other side, because obviously the 3 are blah, 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 blah. But again, to solve the rest of that, remember you are dealing here with, for the most part, 3 sets of anagrams, right? Because the bottom 2 lines are a separate puzzle. And if you do something, it will tell you that. And then the top line is also a kind of a puzzle that continues from the bottom. And that's how you use those letters. So yes, Tom, you're exactly right. You're just not right in the right time. So if you could get in your DeLorean.
If somebody wants to put in Discord, there's room if people want to join. We're at 93
Hey,
right
Tom, how did you say that again? What were your words? On
No,
the
I was
3
just not using there are. I was saying 3 are
3 are what?
on 3 are on special bends or turns.
3 things on special bends and turns.
Right.
So
But you're
3
saying
things.
that's for a later puzzle, not the one we're working on.
Oh, for me personally, it's like giving me directions because I found 3 things on a bend.
But Denise, we're talking about in the word search. It says in this word search. We're not actually boots on the ground yet.
No, okay, I know, but I am.
telling
So
you.
it's like I'm like, you guys are making so much sense. So then of course I'm like, what? This is awesome.
Well, it could be a double meaning, Mike. It could be in the word search and boots on the ground, like Denise is
Yes,
saying.
thank you.
One's
Anybody
not
want to split this with me?
No, it can't be. Nope.
But Joe,
It is.
I mean, are you saying the first puzzle is there are?
And that I'm saying there are 3, and there's also 11, and there's also Ohio 0HI where I'm at.
Hey
in
Joe,
physical
can I
world.
ask you a question?
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
first.
Can you hear me?
Sure. Can I answer Tom first though, please?
Oh yeah.
Yes, though you could solve that part right now if you change some of the foundation words. But in the case of Excel, I would make a copy of something, and that way you can keep track of your past and forward versions. But I'm pretty sure you can solve that version of the anagram with most of the words that you see on your screen selected, I think, in some version, if you break it up correctly. But I don't know if you have all the hints for the rest of the anagram stuff that goes with that. Because as you see right now, the current solve on this makes sense.
Mike, you need to mute people, please.
And provides instruction. But there are other instructions that have not been followed to get to this point. And there are 2 puzzles that have already been alluded to at this point that are not solved, at least on the screen right now.
I'm not, and you're talking about Ready Player One and Bitcoin, and I'm not understanding how that would apply to the word search.
I should talk with your wife eventually.
Yes,
I think it's binary, but and the O's, somehow signify the binary, but I haven't been able to make it
But
work.
Joe, we're still on the first puzzle, right? Like we haven't even gotten past any of the stuff to get to those 2 things yet.
Right.
I assume.
I have a photo of the binary where I am, like an actual spot that has 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, H. But anyway.
Can I still ask my question?
Yeah, go ahead, Candy.
All right. Joe, you mentioned we need to get in our DeLorean. Do you have a specific date for that?
It depends on where you're at in your clues, on which version you have to go back to and reference.
I knew it. That's because I'm like, how would you know where to go in the DeLorean? Because you need to have a time and a date to get there.
Yeah. If you're that far ahead, then it's pretty apparent in the anagram stuff that you're solving or the puzzle solves, like those directions very much pop out at you.
Yeah. Let's concentrate on the 5 clues. There are 5 clues in this word, like, because we're on
Mike,
level 1 here. We're on the basic level. There are 5, because
the
I'm still not
clues,
totally convinced, to tell you the truth.
Mike, the clues, like what he's alluding to eventually is once you get through the layers, the clues are going to give you the date to put into the DeLorean.
No, I get that, and I hope it does. It's just I'm not there yet. I don't understand how to get there, so that's why I'm trying to back it up to the just layer 1, puzzle 1. I
Can you
understand. I
say
hope
that?
that's true.
Oh,
That's awesome. If JCB did all this, the guy's
yeah.
got to have a 200 IQ. I don't know how the hell he put all this together.
Candy, will you say that again?
So Joe was saying that we need to get in the DeLorean, and in order to be in the DeLorean, we need to know the dates. So once you have certain layers solved in the anagrams or the messages, what he's alluding to, I believe, is that it's going to give you specific dates to know where to go.
So Denise, you have to get it deeper, but it has to be.
Hold on, wait. Yeah, not dates. I just mean which version of the word search that you have to reference to build the anagram. Everyone here has been finding different anagrams based on different words, and everyone's arguing which are the core words. And I'm trying to tell everyone, you can do this without knowing what core or whatever people are trying to find in that. You can solve all of your different anagrams, but you have to start thinking about it like a timeline. No special bends or turns. You have to think of this like a timeline. So when you explore or find partial solutions of an anagram, make a copy of your word search, go back in time, change up some of the words that you've found, right? Like there's 90 or 100 words in here. So all of them that you found that are probably in English, I'm going to guess, are probably going to be some version that you have to take away and then solve the anagrams for.
Wait a minute. Are there words in here that are not English?
Oh yeah.
What?
But I think.
But that's besides the point. I don't think that they're used at all.
I think that's why we don't use anime, because it's not an English word.
He loves anime.
Yeah, every word that I've come up with or used in any of my solves has not been a word with a little symbol to change the tone or tonality of it.
But in the book for Ready Player One, there's so many references to anime, and also in the movie. And JCB, he is a massive anime and gamer nerd, like
maybe
massive.
Maybe that's why I can't solve this last part that I've been stuck on for a very long time. But the things that I got from his references for Ready Player One was the structure of the puzzles, which gave me the structure of the word search, combining that with Back to the Future references, Zork, and Adventure, and applying it just like they did in Ready Player One, is what gave me the process of making copies and stuff like that. I'm just trying to explain it to you folks in what might make the most sense. I don't know if JCP designed this so you could make 25 copies of the word search. I'm just saying that that's probably the best way that our brains and eyes could comprehend, instead of us trying to always try to translate backwards words, forward words, because in these clues, he 100% references back and front. Or present.
I mean, the last layer you're on, if you pay attention to the plot in Ready Player One, the biggest catalyst is actually Artemis, right? So try finding JCB's Artemis.
I will say you're hinting on something. The theme of the book is his beloved. And
exactly.
The theme of RP1 is in both stories in RP1 is always the beloved of the antagonist or protagonist there. So yes, you are onto something. I don't know how much that applies to this specific thing, but maybe. I don't know. I haven't solved it, so
I would say look into the 80s anime, because it did exist. It wasn't as popular, but it's probably going to be associated with the layer that you can't figure it out, and it's probably anime.
Yeah, I only say that is because there's not a lot of reference to anime in the chapter, and we should be able to solve this with the chapter text. And what I'm guessing is like he wants us to learn the history of certain things or like get into stuff. So that, to your point, 100%, maybe he wants us to dive into that really deeply.
Well, you might also want to pay attention to the items that he lists in the treasure. Like, I know he doesn't say everything, but he does say some. And that could be a huge clue too.
All right, so let's get back to this puzzle, because I understand you guys are way ahead, and that's fine, but it's not helping anybody else. It's still on layer 1, puzzle 1.
Hey guys, can you guys hear me? Can I interject something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Fender's Keepers. So it's crazy because here's the temptation, right? And like I'm definitely not slamming the guy with all the different puzzle solves for this because it's brilliant. I mean, when I first saw that all the leftover words, I think when we had our Discord chat a couple nights ago or 3 nights ago, I was like, yeah, I think there's something with all the leftover letters, and I honestly, I didn't solve it. I kind of took a break for it because I was like taking too much of a deep dive and I'm trying not to have confirmation bias as much as I did with Fen and just everything else. But one of the things that I've realized in saying that right here is that I think that we can overcomplicate things. And I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm just saying my first initial gut response is that this is so stellar the way that JCB has arranged this that there is a temptation possibly to do, sometimes we think we need to do more. And sometimes, as far as Occam's razor, I think the simplest answer when we look at it, what's already come out in this, what stands out to me, and I mean, maybe I shouldn't even give stuff away, but what I see are the zeros, right? So like we have zeros, and then, we count the zeros, there's 19 zeros. There's, then we have the word 19 at the very top, that's basically, standing above the whole puzzle. We have 19.
19 zeros total in the
There's
word.
with as far as what we all have left from all of our research and everybody compiling their data together, we have 19 zeros left. And then we have on the top, we have 19. On the bottom, we have sapphire. There's also 19. That's on page 19 of the book. So the whole sapphire chapter starts on page 19. We have 19 zeros. There was something crazy that I ran into, and here we go. This could be my rabbit hole, but what I saw was in Ready Player One, there was when Ernest Cline, when they were going to do the movie. Well, in the book, Ernest Cline, he kind of slams Indiana Jones in the Crystal Skull. And he says, and it's been labeled as one of the worst Indiana Jones movies in the franchise because, Temple of Doom and Raiders of the Lost Ark were so good and so prominent in the film industry for so long. So those are 80s references, right? We have Indiana Jones. But then the crazy thing is 19th state. And this is just me throwing a state out here that maybe people haven't thought about. But from my research, 19th state is Indiana. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and say it like what I've discovered. So then there's if you look at the Back to the Future references, Back to the Future 2, they scrapped the initial ending of what was supposed to happen. The initial ending in Back to the Future 2 was supposed to be a nuclear explosion in a radioactive city, and Steven Spielberg actually recycled that ending from Back to the Future 2 and he put it in the Crystal Skull. So we have Indiana Jones, and then we have one of the words that we didn't use obviously was Solo. And then I was thinking along the binary, whoever said that earlier, I was thinking along the binary track too, because in Ready Player One, you have innovative online industries, which is 101.
Right.
So you have IOI, and then which is also 101. So that's just kind of like my thought. I just feel like there's so much here already that's here. And I feel like maybe even some of it's not all the way pieced together. And I feel like jumping ahead so far that I feel like people are just getting confused. And it's also kind of muddying the waters a tiny bit. That's just my initial response to it. I just feel like so that's just my initial thoughts on the stuff, my research that I've been doing. But yeah, I mean, it could be anything, could be anywhere. And I get, the girl in Seattle and seeing things, and I've been there too. And I'm not saying also, ma'am, that you're wrong because there's a huge possibility you could be right and other people could be wrong and whatever. But I think it's simple, but I also think it's not as simple as just going out and trying to nail a spot and trying to like cram a spot into a solve because it just makes it, but
I don't know if
that's just,
I mean, do you think we were supposed to know the alternate ending that didn't happen in a movie or whatever? Do you think we have to go that deep into the pop culture references?
No, I don't think so. I just think that there's a huge possibility. I mean, as far as how deep he's going with this puzzle, I mean, with everything anagramming out to give us that big of a clue that there are other clues around no bends, turns. And when I think of like no bends or turns, I also think about a zero, right? Because there's no bends and technically no turns because it's all one continuous circle. So I think he might even be pointing to the circles, and we have all of the circles that stand out where we're like, what are all these circles for? So and then he has zeros on the bottom, sapphire on the bottom. We have 19 zeros. Page 19 is sapphire. 19 at the top of the puzzle. That's just what stands out to me, and I'm also confessing that could also be my confirmation bias eyes. seeing that as well. But it does make sense that page 19 is sapphire. There are
And
19
the
zeros.
blue.
So yeah, and turns and bends,
Hey,
makes
Nicole.
sense to me.
Hi.
Welcome.
Sorry. Hello, everyone. And who is it? Who is it that's speaking? Sorry, I missed it, and I'm driving. So.
My name's Rick, but I go by Fender's Keepers.
Oh, okay. Fender's Keepers. Where are you at? Like as
I'm
far
in
as
I'm in Idaho Falls, Idaho.
could have brought you with me. I mean, I'm from Harriman.
Oh,
Anyway,
cool,
my
sweet.
skull is a sapphire. So anyway,
I
think you're right. What did you say your name was again? I'm sorry.
My name's Rick.
Okay, thanks, Rick.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
I was going to say, I kind of feel like in the instructions on how to read the book and throughout all the chapters, he talks about organizing and, and the fact that there's there's themes involved. And I just think I think we can go outward a lot, but kind of to pull it back in to simplify it a little bit better. He also says point in the chapter. In that specific chapter, he talks about with the Excel clues and plot points. He does say in there. So I just think perhaps organizing things a little bit better, I don't know, maybe would help. Or going back to how he says to read the book and the directions. And now in the part 2, he does say he changes it up a little bit, but he also talks about games and puzzles and etc. Movies.
Ace, can you move, please? I think you have something in the background going on. Mike, we're getting some pretty big background noise, so if you could figure that out.
When I hear it, I'll
I think it's Ace 340.
Okay. Got it. Okay. So where are we at, everybody? I understand that a lot of people think there's multiple layers to this puzzle, which I would agree with. How do we tackle or figure out those layers is the question. Is it there are no special bends or turns, or is it 3 are on special bends or turns? I don't know. I'm still stuck on the 5 clues. How do we figure out what the 5 clues are?
Well, he's saying how simple he keeps it, so it seems to me that it would be no special bends or turns. There's nothing special. You don't have to be brilliant. So don't worry about, just remain steady I got more out of just remain steady.
I mean, line them up could be reverse the puzzle, especially because right above line, the lyre and rail are reversed. Could be a hint that you're reversing the lines in the puzzle. No special bends or turns. It's just a straight line reverse, I guess. Just remain steady to complete the mission. But that still doesn't give us the 5 clues, unless 5 clues are 5 different puzzles.
In my opinion, 5 clues are 5 different puzzles, but that's just my guess.
So do we think this message, there are 5 clues in this word search, we do not tell anyone, line them up, there are no special bends or turns, just remain steady to complete the mission, means reverse the puzzle? I mean, Joe was saying you've got to find the 5 clues in this version of the puzzle. And I'm just not seeing how we would decide what the 5 are. There's more than 5 numbers.
Well, I think, okay, I'm going to name 2 of them because I think they stand out. We have a lot of letters that are all after that mix. The only X in the word search is on line 14, H14. I think there is some sort of message down there. It could be a postscript because there is a PS or a shift, etc. The other one is at the top, the QVU and the BMA. That seems to stand out. So that would be a second in like the full version of this. Potentially the TNNCSC. There's a few that seem to stand out.
Well, I don't know. What's everybody else think? Because that leads me back to here of, is there a message when you reverse it? And I'm still not seeing it. But we haven't really worked our way through it because we wanted to go back to the first puzzle, right?
I'm not positive, but what I thought I was hearing from Joe was with you just make multiple versions of the word search. And in some of those versions, you use the forward-facing words. In some of those versions, you use the back-facing words. And maybe you do versions that have diagonal words, and then maybe there's different anagrams in each of those versions. That's the best that my dumb mind can do with what he was saying, but I haven't had time to try any of that yet.
Yeah, exactly. But if we go back to the forward-facing one with all of the lines, yep, that one. Better visualization of this if you make a copy of this and then delete every colored thing.
So just go back to this?
Yep, but delete all of the letters that have been colored in.
Delete the yellow, delete the red is what he's saying.
Yep.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. And just get the leftover letters.
Yep.
Okay.
Maybe this will provide something. I hope I'm not giving too much away here, but for those of you that
It's really fascinating because I've never met you, Joe, and just some of the parallel techniques. Just putting it in color and then taking out
Delete
certain
the letters, right? And the color?
the color for your eyes, maybe, but yeah.
Okay, got it.
You can use the black fill-in to black them out too.
Got it.
Yeah, that's a good
This
idea.
way for now. Make sure I don't do something on accident.
Now, why I suggest this is because he referenced Pac-Man twice. What is the main gameplay of Pac-Man? You eat things. So now imagine yourself exploring this word search where you eat the letters that you find based on the words. And in this case, you're taking it a step forward by extricating the words that you do find out to the side there. So you would delete them exactly like you would on Zork.
Zork was the text-based adventure, right?
Yeah, so you would get clues in the text-based adventure, and like 80% of the clues would require you to repeat the thing that you saw on the screen in some format, right? So the same kind of thing that you see here with like lineup things or some of the other clues here are very much in the line of Zork.
Okay, give me a minute.
Also, for you Excel folks, I hope the very first thing that you did was a letter count. You selected A through T, 15 through 20 or whatever.
Letter frequency.
And did a letter count. Yep, because that might also be revealing for certain things. So anyways, now that you have this, you should see a visualization of the United States of America. You see Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina. The O's in that thing represents the coastline. Up top, you see Massachusetts, and you see a target in the middle.
So wait, where do you see Massachusetts?
Up at top right.
Oh, MA?
Yep.
Okay, MA. We've got
literally just doing what your eyes saw by circling some words and then realizing, and it was put out in Discord a few days ago, realizing that there's mixed up anagrams. Okay, so you went and solved the mixed up anagrams. Okay, so you saw Pac-Man twice, so you got rid of all the letters. This is literally the most plain Jane clue that they could give you. And that is Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina, Maine.
MA, Maine.
Okay, and then you still see the target in the middle. You might have a certain amount of zeros. The X, what is the X? The X is the thing that you go find on a treasure hunt. Or in this case, it is the only X in the entire thing. There are only 3 letters that there is one version of. All 2 of them are down below in your bottom 2 layers, 14 and 15. But you can all see that. All of that becomes apparent the second that you delete everything from your screen.
Are you trying to say that positionally, since the NC is over SC, that North Carolina is over South Carolina? Is that your point?
Yeah.
I'll just say
it doesn't have to be exactly correct to the terrain that you see on Google Maps. It's just a reference to tell you as a clue where it could be at this stage in time with the puzzle solved. That has literally just, you've read the text, you went and circled some words, and then you got rid of those words on your screen to visualize it because he said the word Excel. So you're not doing any crazy Excel functions. You're not doing anything out of the norm here. Maybe the words on the right there are right. Maybe they're wrong. Maybe some of these O's are just slightly off here and there. Maybe we selected the wrong O for word search or whatever. But right now, what I see is as if I was staring at 30,000 feet, super high view, looking down.
Right. So are you therefore suggesting that if the middle 0 is a target, that means the end point is somewhere northwest of North Carolina and northeast of Tennessee?
No, there's a giant X that's south of Tennessee. And when I go treasure hunting, I look for the X. But that I don't know if that means anything. I don't know if that means anything at this stage. To your
you mean
point,
this X right here?
Yep.
Okay, so you're saying X marks the spot somewhere southwest of Tennessee.
Maybe. I think both, when you just look at it this stage on this layer, you could assume both, 100% to your point, Greg. That looks like a target to me, but also in my treasure hunting kind of stuff, I'm looking for like X marks the spot kind of stuff. So that kind of stuck out as the only X. In this case, it could be either one at this layer of the puzzle. But I just wanted to lead people to, everyone's trying to search for kind of what's the next thing. And everyone's like been saying it's super basic, like just follow along exactly what he's doing. This is about as basic as you can get without trying to find 5 clues, without doing Excel functions, without going down some rabbit hole. It looks like to me a map. And it looks like some unsolved.
I'll just say, I think this is very smart. So this is a compliment, not
a
negative.
Please.
But I would say it, again, just for consistency in a puzzle, if you're right, I think that the author should have avoided putting a CA for California down towards the bottom. I think that's just...
The X breaks things up as well as the Z's. Technically, there's 3. In this version, we took out the 0. So I just want to state back to my original theory, and thank you for that, but please tear my solves apart. If you think I'm wrong, I'm open to feedback. You can ignore me 100%. But if you just copy this version and now use that as our future version, because we have an unsolved puzzle at the bottom that's broken up by an X. We have some O's that could count up to something. We have 3 letters in all of the corners. But if we kind of just take a 30,000 view, that kind of looks like the image of the United States, or at least a subsection of the United States.
Well, can I throw out a different interpretation of something very similar to this?
Oh, please.
So I believe after the X, there is a puzzle there. So it would be deleted. I also believe the QVU and BMA are another something that means something, exactly what Greg was saying. Why would they be there otherwise? I believe that is a second puzzle. If you delete all of that, it leaves you, and we do use 9 with the E, the only thing other than O's, it leaves you TN, NC, SC, because everything else has been used. So the Massachusetts, I don't think, is a part of this part of the puzzle. So you basically, once solved, you take out everything beyond the X and you take out the line 1, and we've used the E because E was in 9. The only thing left is 11, zeros, and then TN, NC, SC. That's just for consideration. It just is a little bit of a variant on what you have put together.
I have a question. Has anybody taken all the repeated 3 letters in a row and looked at that with the O's?
Well, I'll just throw out QVU does shift to PUT, put, but it doesn't work with BMA.
Christy, I thought you were a big proponent of 25 being the number of words. If you use the E for 9, now we would be at 26.
But you need to take line out because we've used line. So you basically take one for another, and it might be confirmation bias, but if you add in 9 and take out line was in our 25. Since we use it in the poem, we wouldn't use it otherwise, just like less.
Yeah. I actually think you're right on. I think that is correct. I will just go back. I won't say this ever again. I'll say it just now one more time. I think the author made a mistake. I think he intended to misspell the word line. Otherwise, I agree with you.
Yeah, and it feels better if it wasn't that way, but maybe he said red herrings are fair game. So, and I hate red herrings more than anything.
What
it was
about
something this complex?
What about the fact of the page number being double stamped from 25 to 26?
Well, and someone just said in chat, this is chapter 26. So maybe it's actually 26 we need. I mean, that's super interesting. I didn't make that connection.
And I'll just point out this is the only X in the entire word search. This is the only X. So is it like Christy said, is it a separator? In other words, you have the message and then X is the separator. And then you have these extra letters.
Well, not only that, the 2 letters before the X is MIX. So we're mixing it up at the X, and there is some sort of puzzle here.
But the M is, maybe we use mission.
No, I'm saying he is indicating through that X, there is a mix up here that he is doing something different than he did elsewhere in the poem.
What's that?
That's my guess.
Somebody's got to mute. Who is that? John, can you mute, please? We hear the background. Okay, I muted him. All right. Yeah, that's all right. I'm still going back to the 5 clues, though. I mean, I like a lot of what we've talked about today. It's good stuff. It's just I'm not fully convinced on what we're supposed to do here. I am convinced that we're supposed to find 5 clues. I got that.
Well, let me ask you a question. Yeah. Do you believe it is just a coincidence that there is the only X and then a ton of letters that we haven't used when we've used so many above?
No, it's not.
So there's a puzzle potentially.
Right. We do something with those leftover letters. Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, so there's one puzzle. Do you believe QVU and BMA is just coincidentally 3 digits on the first line, just happens to be there?
No, there's probably a reason, but why an E in the middle and not an O? Maybe it's QVUE BMA is anagram.
If you use 9 and take out line, that E turns yellow.
Oh, I see. So that
I'm persuaded by that.
All right.
Now the only thing that I'm gonna, yeah.
Okay.
So I have some varying thoughts that aren't confirmed yet, so I don't want to muddy the waters more. But just the pattern of A1 through 3 and R1 through T1. I mean, it seems to me those are 2 puzzles, in my opinion.
Well,
and there are 3 others.
Christy, you're actually left with arguably. I hear what you're saying. The only confirmation bias I hear is you're basically saying the bottom is a message after the X, and then the other stuff are clues, and there's 5 clues.
No. So what I'm saying is, I believe he has embedded 5 puzzles that once solved will give you more to the location. I believe the obvious ones are the 2 that I've said. I have found 3 others that I've actually solved, and that's why I believe what I'm saying might hold some merit. But the 2 that I don't have are the 2 most obvious ones, which is QVU BMA and what's after the X.
Is what you're saying consistent with the fact that he says there are 5 clues in this word
Yesterday,
search,
Donald Trump made his pick for Secretary of the
as opposed to him saying there are 5 puzzles in this word search? Is your approach consistent with the sentence there are 5 clues in the word search?
The only reason I'm feeling a little more confident is there was a specific word in one of them that Joe said he noticed I said, and it's in one of his correct puzzles or clues or whatever you want to call them. So that leads me to believe that that he may have found the same thing I have found, and that makes it more interesting to me. But do I know for a fact? No. Like, I can tell you one of them, and the one that Joe's referencing, Mike doesn't like it. I think Mike's wrong, but Mike's the code guy. It's a freaking code. How can it be a coincidence? Mike doesn't like it. We go in circles. I like it. Mike doesn't. We go in circles. So I don't know.
I've only read 3 pages of the whole book, but in the 3 pages I read, I thought he said that there's no ciphers, no codes.
There's not a grand cipher is what he says. A1 Z26 QVU being converted to PUT. Do you consider that a cipher? I don't consider that a grand cipher. I think that would be pretty simple. An anagram is a cipher. It's a puzzle. So an anagram, I just got a lot of crap on the invitation because people said, I said there was no ciphers. No, I said there's no advanced ciphers. So A1Z26 is absolutely I thought, fair game. Some people adamantly disagree that I misled them in the invitation. So when John says, JCB says there is no grand cipher, I take that as some advanced something or other. He has a cryptogram in there. If he says there's no cipher, how do you get the cryptogram solved? How is there a cryptogram? So I think he's meaning there's no huge grand cipher that only, engineers can solve.
Yeah, he never said no ciphers.
Cryptograms actually associated with Bitcoin, by the way.
Yeah, but my point is he has put something and said the word, there is a cryptogram for you. I haven't solved it because I'm not, and I considered that advanced, but I need to readjust based on the person. And I believe the basic things are permitted. That's just my 2 cents. I might be wrong.
But I mean, everyone's put all those letters into like all the online, cryptogram solvers, anagram finders, and none of them make sense, right? Maybe has anyone actually made sense of the leftover letters on row 1, 14, and 15 in any kind of way? You don't have to reveal how, but
so I'll speak a little bit. I've been banging my head against the wall for this one because I mean I've tried all the online ones. I've tried killing half a tree. It's so tough because not many letters are repeated, which is what you need if you're going to like manually crack to find like the vowels, the E's and the A's. And then there's the double, which is kind of like a false clue because, okay, you get the CCs together. It's probably going to be EE or OO or maybe an LL and like a follow. And then someone gave me the hint in Ready Player One with past tree. Maybe it's the end of a word and the start of another word. And so I kept doing that. And I've come to the conclusion that if it is those 2 lines and they're in a puzzle, it has to be an anagram. There's just no other way for it to work because when you have 2 double letters like an EE or OO, 9 times out of 10, the letter on each side of them has to be a consonant because you're not going to have 2 double vowels and then a vowel on the other side of them. And it just wasn't working unless there's future versions of the puzzle that you bring in more letters, then it might make it work. If you bring in the top row, then it might only work, but only as a scramble, only as an anagram. That's what I've come up to after like 3 days of just like nonstop crying.
Well, the one thing I want to throw out is because this was imperative in one of the other puzzles that are not as obvious here. And Joe, I'm interested in your thoughts. The anagram solvers don't use proper nouns. And when John said you can rule out some proper nouns, I am thinking there is a proper noun in this X. I don't have it solved, 14, 15, but there is a proper noun in one of the embedded puzzles, one of the 5, I think, embedded puzzles. I tried it 100 times, 1,000 times through anagram solvers and things. And the reason it didn't pick it up is once I found the proper noun, the anagrams don't pick up the proper nouns.
Yeah, you can't use automated tools on most of this stuff because
Right.
most of the anagrams are broken up, like the but do thing, but do not tell kind of thing. Like that's not that you're not going to find that in an anagram solver. You're gonna have
But
to.
do you use proper nouns in any of your embedded puzzles that you've solved?
Yes.
Okay. That was why I hated that I couldn't use AI or anagram solvers. So I finally and then I started, I actually researched why anagram solvers don't work. And it was one of the top reasons is if your anagram has a proper word in it, it will not, the anagram solvers won't pick it up.
Yeah,
Which
and
is
they
very
also
clever
won't
from a
create
creative
the anagram. So if you look at this from John's point of view, if he's going to create all of this work kind of stuff, like he's not going to do this by hand. He's plugging the stuff into an anagram creator kind of thing. And when you do that, a lot of the proper pronoun stuff will break the things. But like what you folks were talking about here with the X and that's all there is to solve and the QVU and stuff like that, the best way to visualize that is to create a version of it and then some things will tell you that the key to BCCASLIY is right in front of our faces.
Well, and this is what JP just said. The QVU and BMA, I think may have a third piece, which is APS, and the X line and has the N right under it is all we're looking at. You shouldn't include the APS. The APS is actually a part of the QVU and BMA puzzle. I haven't tried that, but JP's thought right there made me think. I've tried to run it 100 ways, but I've included the APS. There's a consideration that the APS is the QVU BMA, not, and then that X, that's two lines that both start on H. That's interesting. Thank you, JP.
Don't you think it's strange that there's 3 on all the corners except the sapphire one? And in one of the stories or something, he talks about starting at sapphire or ending at sapphire.
Well, I hate that IRE is used. I wish he would have moved over Sapphire 3 and left
Well,
the 3, then 4 corners would have been perfect.
If you actually take from the B to the Y and stick it in an anagram solver, I think it comes up with nothing. But, well, I kind of don't want to say the rest of it, but I mean, I found a solve for that corner, but I could be wrong.
Hey, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't JCB reference 5 specific ways to play a game in the chapter for past and future? And could that allude to the 5 clues that we're trying to figure out the layers of? Because I mean, it's already apparent that Joe said you're gonna need to understand Ready Player One and the Bitcoin later on when you get through the layers. But then he's also talking about you got to play Zork, you got to play Pac-Man, and look, Pac-Man's there, Zork's there. Dungeons and Dragons is there. Ready Player One. So I'm assuming that the 5 references in the chapter are the games we have to play.
It's very subjective, though. You know, what part of Dungeons and Dragons? There's a million things.
I love. I just have to say, I love that so much. That's the way my brain works.
Thanks,
Candy,
Denise.
you are so onto it. So you should private message me. I'm just kidding. No. Because I'm actually at a dragon pass and found all of the 0s and 1s like at an actual location and the sapphire. It's something that looks well. Anyways, you guys are gonna find it now that you know where I am. But I'm here right now. So anyway, good job, Candy.
Thanks, Denise.
It's exactly 5, right? Did you count 5?
Yeah, 5.
In my opinion. Anyway.
But then he goes into this game, and then the game his grandparents played.
No, that's different though.
Yeah, but I'm right here too because I'm right here at a newspaper place.
No, but like the reference he gives about his grandparents is pertaining to the cryptogram. That's a great game for the cryptogram and the word search, right?
Oh,
no,
that's beautiful.
Because Mike's saying, well,
that gives directions. Sorry.
Mike's saying it doesn't add up because he's like, then he references games that his grandparents played. That's specifically to the cryptogram itself, which is Bitcoin. If you go to the previous page 225, he specifically tells you the story about Halliday and Ernest Klein, who wrote Ready Player One, and the main character in Ready Player One, and he's saying, I am Halliday, I am Klein. And if you guys read the book, you'll understand Halliday left behind 3 keys that eventually lead to an Easter egg. Okay.
I know where the egg is here too.
We're looking for an Easter egg. And in order to find the Easter egg in these layers, you have to play the games. That's the only way you're going to do
So
it.
do you think it's finding the egg? Like it's at the egg?
No. It's going to be once you get
physical
through
clues.
all 5 layers, then you're going to have the Easter egg.
Well, we don't have to play those games, Indy.
Yeah, you do. Even Joe said
you
that
don't.
you got to play Zork, you got to play Pac-Man.
No, you don't. I'm just giving my opinion.
In a physical
No,
location, it's possible where I am physically to do Pac-Man. I don't know, Zorg.
Yeah, but look
Ready
at it.
Player
Everything he talks about is augmented reality, and like Ready Player One is the biggest when it comes to augmented reality, right?
And that's how I feel
find-
like where I am.
Yeah, you find
Real
augmented
quick.
reality, and then you apply that to a real place in the United States.
Real quick, what I meant by like the Zord games is they're just clues on how to do the word search.
Yeah.
So like the
It's the
Pac-Man,
rules. It's not playing it. It's the rules.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
the
so
rule.
then that's perfect, Candy. So I go to the newspaper and I follow the bottom paragraph, the directions.
The cryptogram, right? Yeah, we think that cryptogram maybe is applied in the actual location once we get to it, but yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
It's just the method. Like, I think what Joe was trying to say, or correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, but you're saying in order to get through the layers, you have to apply the method in which you learn Zork and Pac-Man, things like that. There's methods and lessons that you apply to unveil another layer.
The group is fairly divided, I think. You can go as deep into those things as you want. At this point in time, if you could change the screen to where all the letters are gone, please, with just the O's.
And when he's done, I can tell you what I would do in order. Like
real quick. So at this point in stage, you have one unsolved thing, or maybe multiple unsolved thing, and you have played Zorg, you have played Pac-Man, you have maybe played D&D. I think the D&D part is more of a reference to the trail and boots on the ground stuff. But so you've already done that stuff here. That's already done. There were rules for the word search only.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. We didn't use adventure. We didn't use Monty
Yes, you did.
Python, the
Yeah,
Holy Grail.
yes, you did. So adventure's main theme is to get the hidden meaning, you don't complete the game. And the very first thing that we did was not complete the word search. We immediately left out words. So adventure is done.
The war games, and then he switches to movies.
The movie references, yes, he does. He switches to just movie references, and I will not reveal that on the stream here because K-Pro would probably murder me.
I mean, you got to think about it. Think about war games. What's the plot to war games? And what's the plot to Monty Python and the Holy Grail? And what do they share in common?
What do they share, Candy?
I don't want your wife to kill me either.
They don't share anything.
I was gonna say, I know what Joe's talking about. I don't know what Candy's talking about.
I think you guys are reading way too much into it. In my opinion, I could be wrong, but I still don't see anything that says to reverse the puzzle. That's where I'm hung up. That's where I'm hung up.
They're both in the
5
80s.
clues we're looking for.
Yeah, but that was a fun game you did. It's not reversing, it's mirroring. You're mirroring it. Like, you never played those games like in those, I don't know, when I was a kid, some of the clues and riddles and things like that, you had to take the text and put it in the mirror. Just
and that's an awesome puzzle technique. It's just I don't see John telling us to do it anywhere.
He says it's one of his favorite games as a kid. I was born in 1974.
Which game?
It was one of my favorite games to do to solve mysteries, was to put it in the mirror.
If everyone wants to understand where the reference backwards comes from, in the first challenge that Wade has to go through in Ready Player One,
the backwards
he has to go backwards.
Yeah, actually, that's true. Actually,
yeah.
and I told that to Chris the other day, but I didn't think of backwards as far as the puzzle. You're right.
Yes,
When he
he's showing you
overcomes
methods.
the first mission, he has to go backwards.
That's only in the movie.
No, that's not just in the movie. That's in the book.
We have the book. I just haven't
Well,
read it.
he said the
Mike,
books are more important anyway.
Mike, you need to listen to your wife sometimes.
Yeah, you reverse the word search.
No, I told you about the first. Well, never mind. We watched the freaking movie together.
Right.
Not the movie though, Christy. It's the book you got to be reading.
Right. There are key differences between the two, but in this specific case, it is in the movie where he has to go backwards
I
to
know
solve
that.
it.
But
right. I'm not talking to you about it. I'm talking to Mike saying, Mike,
And
I
I
said
brought that
this to
up,
you.
but we didn't
Mike,
apply it.
I'm going to
But we applied it in a different way.
unalive you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so what led me to the backwards was a few things. One, I'm pretty sure I'm dyslexic, and reading words backwards is hard for me. So it was natural for me to immediately mirror it, so I could tell what the word water was and things like that. But then I noticed that the anagrams changed and stuff like that. But there are 3 Back to the Future references in the chapter if you don't count the tweet or the Facebook post about John's band that referenced Back to the Future with his published book dates and stuff like that. So that would be like number 4 or something like that. So there are 3 Back to the Future references in the chapter. And 3 is a theme on this, and it will fit when you get to certain solves, or at least it did with mine. But that's what led me to create different versions as if I was in the movie Back to the Future, where I had the option to change the past, and then I just applied the same rules. Zorg, Pac-Man, Adventure. I didn't complete the word search in each of my solves. Sometimes the words changed, sure. But I didn't complete it. I always ate the words. The rule of the O's being the wall was the same. And then the Zorg is I just anagrammed the things, and then it told me what to do. I went and did that, and then I have a solve that makes sense to me. And those bottom 2 lines, 14 and 15, on this screen right now. Nope, if you go back to the front-facing version, please. There are the very first 2 instructions. If you don't listen to the words on the side, if you just listen to the instructions in the word search, give you the numbers 14 and 15.
I don't understand what you mean. If we're only using the words in the word search.
So, yep, on this page right now. So 19. So go into like V or a different square and type the word equals. Go into a blank square.
Oh, over here?
Yep.
Yeah, gotcha.
Type equals.
Yeah, I got you. For the formula, okay.
No, just type the word, just type the equal sign.
Okay.
And then, no, equal, and then 19.
You mean spell equal or the equal sign?
Yeah, the equal sign, 19 okay. Line, which is just the minus sign, and then 5.
Like this?
No, not words, like the numbers. 19 minus.
19 minus 5. I see what you're saying. Oh, interesting. Okay.
19 minus 5. Oh, that's 14. Now, no, hold on. Now we're reading this from left to right. Round 19 minus 5. If you round 19, you could type it into Excel. It gives you 20. 20 minus 5 is 15.
Where's 5? It's right here.
It's the next forward facing number. If you use the backwards facing number, the very first number would be 3. If you use the downwards facing number, the very first number would be 3.
But you're using less right here, right? Why is it minus? Because of less?
So the word line, if you type a line into Excel, it is the minus sign. No. What is a line in
a dash and minus. Gotcha.
It's the minus sign, yeah.
19 minus 5, because these are all facing the same way.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
That
so 11, count 11.
I'm not going to get there, but the
3. Count 11, 3, and if there's another. Okay, I understand. I gotcha. And I will say that I think I am sold on the backward puzzle, because in the chapter he misspells Ernest for Ernest Klein, which points to Ready Player One. And the first thing that in Ready Player One, the first thing they did, now is it in the book? I'd have to confirm that. Candy's saying it is they did go in reverse in order to solve the first mission, right? The first game.
Yeah.
So I kind of like that tie-in that we reverse the puzzle just like he had to reverse in Ready Player One.
Yeah, at least with the movie. And then I think someone said here a lot earlier, and it's been posted a few times with the page name with the 25 to 26. That almost aligns with all of the words that I got through to create the anagrams. It was either 25 words or 26 words or something like that, based on which layer you are at, and the instructions, and then the solves of some of those numbers. Again, they're all intermingled, and your job is to unmingle them. I think in my solves, again, you folks do with what you're seeing in your own eye.
But the problem is it's subjective. If we're supposed to use some
100%.
words and not other words, I may not use the words that you use, and that's the problem.
I think there are qualities of certain words that when you reread his text of you can ignore certain pronouns, so you go do the solve with or proper nouns, you go do the solve with that proper noun and it doesn't work, so you go do the solve without that noun in maybe a slightly different variation, and then maybe a solve shows up. So you have to apply the rules with each one of your theories.
So switching over to the numbers, like you got 14, what do you do with that, or is that used later?
I'm just saying, right now, if you read it from top left to right, in things, and like applying just the words that you can see here, or maybe the square 3, you can kind of see that backwards. It gives you a set of numbers, and then maybe that reveals something. Just like conspicuously, there's an S at the end of zeros. Count 11 zeros. Count 11 0. 11 can also be broken up into even. Count even 0. Count even zeros. Count 11 5. Oh, it's all open for the board for your own interpretation. I'm not going to reveal anything. I'm just saying, even at the stage where you think that you're stuck at the words and trying to come up with 5 clues, if you could just go back to a previous version and look at it again, maybe there's more instruction. Maybe there's something else to reveal. Maybe there's something that you forgot or didn't do.
Are there 11 zeros that we didn't use? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. They're 18. Okay. I guess. I don't know. Well, so how about the year is wrong? In the book, does he have 70 or 71? And it's wrong. Do we know, anybody have an idea of why he put the wrong year in the book?
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
You want to know why he references war games, right? It's because in the book, the game that's played is Galaga, and that is part of the war game in the simulation of the movie. There you go.
Galaga's not in the movie. It's tic-tac-toe. Thermonuclear war. I don't remember Galaga. Was that one of the games?
Yeah.
But what does Galaga have to do with the word search?
It's a method.
Okay. Yeah, it's too subjective for me to do stuff like that. I'm going to take the video game Galaga. Oh, and it means this, and then 18 other people go, no, it means this. For me, it's too subjective. I don't like it. I'm not saying it's not.
I love it.
wrong.
Keep
I just don't
talking. I love it. Candy.
I put a list in the
going.
chat.
I'm right
for
here. Up potentially. I mean, I don't know if it's here, but everything you're saying is it's making sense to me. So
I mean, to help everyone, I put a list in the chat of the video games that are played or mentioned in the book. So you guys could have fun with that one. It's in the book.
Yeah, and nothing against the way that you think, Mike, but I think you're left-brained, right? More left-brained instead of right-brained, or you're both?
I hear kids talking to him downstairs. He might get distracted there for a minute.
Yeah, sorry, I had to get off for a second. Okay, what's the question? What's up? Anybody out there?
Oh, sorry. I was saying you're more left-brained than right-brained, right? Like you're more exact, mathematical.
I thought that was right brain. I have it wrong. I thought left brain was the artistic.
No, it's the right-brained is artistic, and he said to use your imagination. And
True.
Anyway, so nothing against what you're doing, but everything that's Candy's saying is like really awesome. And I don't know how many more days I can be here, but
it's also what Joe's saying too. He's alluding to some elements of this too.
I don't know if Joe's right. I'm sorry. I'm not convinced that because we don't have this message yet. This message would concrete it for me, but Seems like nobody wants to go through and get this message for some
I
reason.
feel like the more people you see that have the same message and the same method that is used to reveal that message is alluding to they're onto something.
Well,
I hope so. Can you please?
message. In other words, if this is a message that makes sense, it's okay. I can give it some credence. If it's a message that doesn't make sense, it's probably not right.
Well, see if it's in a movie, like the exact sentence, if it's in any of the movies that match.
No,
Well,
no,
I mean,
no,
Joe
hold
said he
on,
started
wait.
sharing
Yeah,
just because Michelle shared part of the answer. So Michelle has it and Joe has it.
yeah, I don't know if
The movie,
Michelle.
they have the movie.
No, I don't know if
I
Michelle
only
has it.
have very.
Denise, hang on a minute. Hang on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so yes, there's the first part of the hint. I don't know if Michelle has it. I think
don't.
K Pro kind of maybe alluded to it. But yes, there is more to this anagram that would make this make sense. And if I give it to you, that takes away so much that you folks are just so much on the edge of discovering. But yes, 5 clues are 3 hints, something. The them up special is not, it's something completely different. 100% makes sense, but it gives you another action item. And when you go do that action item, which requires more thinking, and ciphering maybe, or some solving of some sort, then it reveals the thing that you're supposed to discover down the thing that you just, these anagrams here.
Well, I'm curious what you're doing with Dungeons and Dragons.
You're doing Dungeons and Dragons right now.
No, I know that, but I mean for you, because I know you're not doing it just for this.
Oh, why do I treasure hunt?
No, I'm saying, never mind.
Sorry.
How is this Dungeons and Dragons?
Because you're getting a quest and then you're solving it, and then you're getting to the next level and you're getting a quest, and then
That could be any video game if you look at
Which
it.
is,
but you're
it's
doing
similar.
it in a word search, dude.
Right.
Like, that's crazy. But that's exactly what you're doing when you follow these things. You're getting a message just like you would on a screen. You're going and solving that thing or doing that thing, and then you're getting the reward, in this case the hint.
And doesn't Dungeons and Dragons include a grid too? Like in order to move and know where you're going?
Yeah, I mean, it is grid where you move.
Oh yeah, the super old
That's
school
true.
stuff.
There's a little bit of a tie in there.
Yeah. And don't forget, a lot of this could allude to the lion share.
Maybe, and maybe whatever's left over with the final solve is like the grid thing for D&D. I don't know, but I got the feeling that I was getting a quest as if I was watching the computer screen, getting a quest, and then I was going and doing something. And then in my solves, I was getting something that 120% makes sense to past and future and the chapters and the clues and stuff like that. So,
in my opinion,
would you say
the actual quest we're on for the lion's share is D&D, and he's finding a way to create a quest for us, so we need to find a map. And the final level is finding the dragon that guards the trove and taking it out, just like in D&D.
I like your creativity. I'm currently approaching this with how John set it up, with each of these individual chapters will be about their individual treasure, but that the lion's share is littered throughout the first book, the first part of the chapters.
No, it's the whole book.
Or the whole
well,
book.
in the back and future chapter, he says clues and plot points. So plot points could also be plot points in movies or plot points in games. Do you feel like how you've gotten to some of the solves are, quote, the plot points?
Maybe
Yeah.
Maybe I haven't gotten to the fifth solve on this one yet. Maybe there is a theme to the whole book like Dungeons and Dragons. I was just kind of referencing that in this case, doing the word search specifically, it felt like I was in Dungeons and Dragons of getting a quest, leveling up, which gave me opened the doors to the next quest, which leveled up. And then there's some clues and hints that kind of gives me, and when you get there, that you're on the last one. And that makes sense. So,
I mean, he did say he loved Dungeons and Dragons as a kid, but he never had people to play it with. So I'm sure that he took time, or, played around with being the dungeon master. Isn't there a master, like somebody who gives you the...
Yeah, he said he's actually a dungeon master.
So,
I mean, if you think about it, I personally think that the entire quest that we're on it takes elements from D&D and Ready Player One, because it's telling a story, but it's his story. So you're going to be going on a quest. You're playing a campaign. That's what we're doing. We're playing a campaign. You got to figure out what campaign that is.
Has anybody ruled in or ruled out the moon chapter or parts of the moon? Because I mean, it sure does look like the box and the coin are related to the moon or the moon rock or the moon chapter. Am I the only one who thinks that?
No, I think it too. I just didn't say it.
I also,
okay, yeah.
That's like the first thing when we got the book. Yeah. We're like, it's the moon rocks in this, something with the moon.
Yep.
I actually haven't read that chapter yet. Let me read it real fast.
And I actually have. I mean, never mind.
I put something in my hair and combed my hair.
What?
That's Michael. Can you mute?
I didn't comb my hair. You mind combing my hair?
Michael Saigo. There you go.
Sorry. I thought I was muted.
That's okay. Yeah, so we're 3.5 hours in, guys, and good talk, good discussion, but I think I'm gonna get out. It's just giving me a headache at this point. So I don't know.
Does anybody want to help me with my homework? I have schoolwork I'm behind on. I'm just kidding.
Well, right off the bat, there's a similarity. So the chapter 19 for Moon Rocks, he starts talking about Picard and Star Trek, and that's the same mention he brought up in the Sapphire chapter.
What now? You lost.
So you know how I said I think the Sapphire chapter.
That's why I was thinking Yeoman.
You know how I was saying that the Sapphire chapter is associated with the past and future box, and then she just said, "Oh, has anyone looked at the Moon chapter because the box looks like the moon?" Well, right off the bat, the Moon chapter talks about Star Trek and Picard, and he literally talks about him in the Sapphire chapter. It's like if you were to take the Moon chapter and the Sapphire chapter and apply them to each other, maybe you can find more clues that way, because it's like they're both talking about Star Trek.
Dang it, I spoke too much.
What page is the Moon chapter?
I don't know. 165 and 166.
So I was going to mention something with on one of the interviews he did recently. I don't remember if it was with you guys or someone else, but they were asking if there's any advice to give to people boots on the ground already. And the first thing you go, have you read the book yet? Have you read the whole thing yet?
Right.
But he's created it where, and he said this from the beginning too, that in the introduction, that you're going to need basically all the qualities and things that he talks about throughout the first parts of his book in order to solve any of the boxes.
Talking about the attributes?
Yeah.
Yep.
He says some items will correlate with each other.
I think he's saying the moon rock and the sapphire.
I think I don't know where I got this from. It might just be an idea that I had that I've developed or something, but that each of the boxes, because he talked about when he got the boxes, he looked at them for a while and tried to figure out what was going in there, and then all the items in the treasure is what kind of built the whole puzzle for the whole hunt. And so it would make sense. And he only tells you for a fact one or two of the items that are in each box. And the clues usually have something to do with those items. So I would imagine that the other items in the box would also, like if you knew what they were, would help you kind of narrow down where each of the boxes are. Because they kind of all relate to that one box theme.
Hey, so you know how they said there's only one X in the thing? I'm going through the word count like Joe suggested now, and I think there's only one G also.
Yeah, there's only one G, one X, and one J on the original puzzle. That count changes on different stages.
Wait a minute. Chapter 19 is the plot of Ready Player 2. It's alluded to in Ready Player 1, But when you read Ready Player 2, you finally find out what all of the hints in Ready Player 1 were leading up to. Holy shit. I didn't even realize this. Holy shit.
Which chapter, Candy?
Chapter 19, the moon rock. If you don't, so in the book Ready Player 1, the first book, there are little Easter eggs and hints that are like slowly creating a plot that is gonna be a bigger plot, right? And when you read Ready Player 2, you finally find out what it was all leading up to. And in the first 2 paragraphs alone of chapter 19, that is the plot. He's literally telling you the plot for Ready Player 2. Holy shit.
And what do you do with that?
You really pay attention to Sapphire and Moon. Pay attention. Play the game.
Well, so that can be something I can start going back in. I did the first 6 chapters, but then most people seem to say that the chapters don't respond to the books, individual chapters. So I think I'll go back starting at 7 and see if each chapter can like relate to a certain.
I think it's those words that kind of stand out to you. Like when you read his book throughout, there's certain things that stand out. And I guess I was talking to an older friend of mine, and he was saying that they used to use that in TV production, like with Letterman, Dave Letterman, and such. There's certain keywords or things that they say over and over again, and there's a reason why they do that. And so when you read it over and over again, that's why certain words begin to stand out to you. So I don't think necessarily like the whole chapter is maybe related to the box, but there's points, plot points, within the theme that do. But that's just an opinion.
That they use the Tomb of Horrors is pretty cool. This must be in the book then, right?
Yeah, it's in the book.
The Tomb of Horrors is sitting on the shelf right here. It's hilarious. Okay.
Well, do you remember when he was talking about in the book, he says interconnectedness? Like that's the whole premise of, our unbreakable thread. That's the same thing too. It's interconnectedness. And throughout the book, you'll find the theme of interconnectedness.
Has anybody actually looked up the quotes at the beginning of part 2?
Yep.
The one talks about different ways of learning too.
I'm getting my ass handed to me right now.
Did anybody also think it's weird, the IELTS, that the word solver found, how it's some English testing thing? And then I looked up the words weird and wondrous, and that also took me to another educational show. But those could be unrelated. I just thought it was weird, that one word, because I was like, islets, it sounds like a piece of geography.
I'm not allowed to talk anymore. My teammate's about to kick my ass.
Okay, sorry. I probably didn't help either.
No, you're good. We just helped like hundreds of people. We're good.
Is your team in the Zoom, Candy?
Yeah.
Well, how much is the buy-in to join the team? Because I think I found some good stuff. At least it got me a little bit there.
You're so sweet.
Percentage. I have a question. Did you guys figure out? Well, maybe I should just directly ask you. I don't want to stick it out there that far. So I'll send you a message.
That's what sucks though, is like you get your best creative thinking when you're sharing and talking and collaborating, but you also, as you're on the journey of figuring and connecting it, you're also doing it for hundreds of people.
Right.
You're welcome in advance, cyber strangers.
Right.
Oh yeah, and if you look at it right now, the moon rock in chapter 19, there's a pattern that matches the box itself. You're right.
See, that isn't that enough for me to buy into your team?
Oh my, I'm just not allowed to talk anymore. I'm sorry. Jesus.
Nobody knows why the year is different in the chapter.
For which one?
The past and future. He says 70 to 70, 71. They're off. One's correct and one's off. The one he uses in the book is wrong for the birth year.
So is the page number.
Why would 70? 1970.
Wait, isn't there something associated with the moon mission in 1970?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure there was a moon mission in the 1970s.
No, they landed on the moon in 69.
It was
Quiet
69?
down, Indy. You just
What?
quiet on down, chickie.
So 1970 is when Apollo 13 when it caught on fire.
I'm not allowed to say anything. I'm going on mute.
That was when JFK said we'd be to the moon by 2, wasn't it? Didn't he say by 1970?
Think. But again, how does that help? I don't know. I like the discussion. I'm glad everybody joined. But again, we haven't even decided. There are no special bends or turns, or are three special bends or turns. I don't think we've got a consensus on which one's correct, do we?
I just thought I'd share. I was in the background. I made a version with only the words in reverse, and then I'm not sure what the rules are, but if I just took any word or scrambled word as part of the hidden message, it is not promising. It reads, teens are teen are 5 clues, round in word search, doubts, it.
Mm-hmm.
If I misunderstood the bulk of the conversation about the different versions, if this is what it was going to be. And I just want to say, for people who are following this, if you ever saw the Y files on the episode where they found like very clear messages with dates and people and who was going to get assassinated, when you have a bunch of letters together,
Yep.
you can find anything in a group of letters. So some of you, I think, might be heading down that road. If you're skipping stuff in order to make things make sense.
Yeah, check out the Y files on YouTube. That's a pretty cool show. And yeah, that's the Bible code. They used a skip sequence, and they thought it was, God was talking to them. Then they used it on William Shakespeare and got the same stuff. So
wait, that's the Bible code?
What he's talking about, the skip sequence is, it was the Bible code back in the 90s.
Oh shit.
It basically just proves that you can take any collection of letters and find next to anything in it.
True.
Which would be an easy thing to do with this puzzle. That's why I'm saying that.
Did you know that a guy put the whole DNA code on a Bitcoin?
Oh, really?
Wait, what?
A guy. Go ahead, Joe.
Wait.
Well, one caveat to what you said about that with the Bible and Shakespeare, those things weren't written with the puzzle in mind. Those things were written as what they were written as. If there happened to be stuff, they weren't trying to avoid it. I would think JCB would somewhat check to make sure there's not things he didn't intend to be there, especially if they're in the same fashion as other things he did intend to be there. So this isn't the same as Shakespeare or the Bible. This was written with intention.
You're not realizing that Bacon was Shakespeare and Bacon was associated with exactly that. But it's all speculation.
I don't disagree with the second to last speaker, but I think there's possibly been some reaching here where people have gone beyond what I'm going to call JCP's boundaries, and are potentially getting into a zone where they're finding meaning that's not intended to be there.
I wholeheartedly agree. So there needs to be some guidelines though, and ones that JCB tried to follow too, and he intends us to follow. I think that's what we're missing.
I think there's guidelines for the mini 4 boxes to play a nice little game in the woods, but for the lion's share, anything goes.
Is there a way of seeing the beginning of this? Because I couldn't get on at the beginning, and I have a feeling I missed a lot.
Yeah, I think
Connor?
it's gonna. I think they're gonna. Mike or K Pro said they're gonna try to make this available when it's done. But I will say, as a very junior, lower level creator, so I put together puzzles, and in my head, I wanted them to be kind of simple, and they were simple to me. I thought because I knew how they were solved. And after my game was done, I heard back from a lot of the players that said, one, the puzzles were incredibly difficult, and two, some of them found connections in the puzzles that I did not know they were there. Like there was like numbers and percentages that equaled the exact coordinates of like the exact coordinates of where I hit the treasure, and I had no idea. I didn't even intentionally put those in there. So I mean, like the speaker said earlier, like it is possible. Sometimes coincidence is coincidence when you have this much data, this much information out there. But I think for the most part, I mean, I agree with the way this is going. I don't think it's a bad thing that there's 3 or 4 different trails people follow. I mean, there's a couple thousand people that are involved in this right now. So I mean, they split it up. If 100 people do this, 100 people do that, 100 people do that. I mean, you're going to find out quickly who's making progress and who's not.
I haven't really been working on this one as much, so I'm like, when I get to working on this, I'm gonna be super behind. But I was like, well, let's do this. I've been working on the Pokemon box, and I'm like, well, I might be pretty far. I thought I was pretty far into it, but now I'm kind of, I'm not so sure. But what am I missing?
I wouldn't think you're too late though. I think you could maybe see what people have done, but it might be more clutter than you'd want. Maybe a fresh mind is a good thing.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I've got a place for the Pokemon box. I'm looking again, and that's something else that he said is like you're pretty much not gonna find it unless you get out there, and I mean he expects it to take a while, or at least he hopes so, and you can. I think the only way to really find something like that is you gotta eliminate actual places and then be able to kind of readjust, what you found or thought you found in clues. That's what I've done so far on the Pokemon. I did like 50 miles of trails the last month.
Some areas have like miles and miles of different trails and areas, though.
Hey, what was that thing again for the Bible code? Was it the Y code?
There's a YouTube channel called the Y Files, and they did an episode on it, and they have tons of great fun stuff on there.
But what's the name of the actual code?
I'm not sure, but I don't know. Mike said the Bible code.
Thank you.
And I was saying earlier, a guy put the whole DNA stream on a Bitcoin because I started looking at AI, and then he mentions the word DNA multiple times.
Well,
so
etymology is actually encoded into our DNA.
Yeah. Well, there was like 3 or 4 specific. There's 3 or 4 specific letters that are, I don't know. You'd have to read it yourself. But and it could be, I mean, I don't know. Part of it could be the Q, view, whatever. I took notes, but if you just search DNA and AI or DNA and Bitcoin, I think you could find the article. It was a pretty interesting article. It may or may not be related, but
I know what you're talking about.
Down. Yeah, it was an interesting read, at least.
I mean, if someone's like launching a hunt that could essentially be worth 10 million, depending on how long it takes to find. I feel like he's going to put in so many layers and so many things that to tell somebody, oh, that's a little too far-fetched, is gonna like kind of deter you from possibly being able to find something.
Well, if you think about it, he hired 5 researchers who conducted years worth of conducted research over the treasure items, right?
Yeah.
It wouldn't be that far fetched to, once they're all in PDF form, to sit there and hit search the word query and see how many different states and words come up with the word query, right? Same
But
thing
then
with
you'd also
sapphire.
want to know what the etymology of the word query actually means. That might help you even more.
Right. Oh, I agree. But I'm just saying, for somebody who was devising this hunt and they have all this research on the specific treasure items, you search out the word sapphire or search out the word, square, and you can see how many times it shows up in the research equivalent to states. And that would be a good clue word because it would direct people to all these different places because it has the same word repeated. Do you see what I'm saying? Within his research of the treasure items.
Yeah,
It's a
that's a
keen
pattern.
way to it's a keen way to see which clues aren't red herrings, but have a lot of different results.
I mean, I've already found the thread throughout the whole book. It's just stringing it together, the last bit.
Weaving it together.
Yeah. More like embroidering it together. I already got the chaos, just need the embroidery.
Right. Well, at least I know I wasn't crazy looking at 3 and there together and up and and stuff like that. So I appreciate Joe confirming at least that chaos at 3 a.m. I had last night.
Yeah, that's when you get your best ideas, though, is like when it's super late at night. That's when your brain's like really kicked into overdrive. I love it.
I hope my
Well,
brain
and then
kicks
you're
into
like halfway asleep, so your subconscious kicks in.
Well, I've got so much schoolwork from college that I just didn't do in the last 2 days. I'm gonna have to focus on that and hope I focus good because I got to catch up. All right. Well, thank you guys. I think I'm gonna head out so I can get my schoolwork done. It's getting late in the day.
Why? Have a good rest of your night.
Thanks, you too.
Thanks, everyone. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy hunting.
Has
You too.
anybody
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Has anybody found any correlation with the coins?
Yeah.
Perhaps. We say yes.
Yeah. I found when he posted the marketing for something in the past and future box, it was definitely put there for a reason.
Okay. Yeah, I have a theory on the coin for the past and future box for the word search. So if you overlay the coin onto the word search, it lines up perfectly with state and state with the circle circling the E, which would be for estate. And then that direction off diagonally is for lemon. And so like the lemon state is like the US has a very specific lemon state. And that angle is also, like if you look on Google Maps, is the same angle as the border of that state.
Is that state also associated with the lilac as their state flower?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Which I thought was just kind of wild that it's all the same angles. And it could be absolutely nothing, but 3 or 4 compound coincidences on top of each other feel like something.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. Is Joe still in here?
Hey, good night, everybody. Thanks for everyone's help and input. Candy, you're really smart. Oh my goodness.
Thanks, Denise. So are you. Have a good night.
You too. Bye.
Bye. Oh, I think Joe left.
Lilac's the state flower in New Hampshire, right?
Yeah. Oh, wait, no, Joe's here.
Yeah, so the gentleman who was talking about the weird find with estate, the two state and E state, there's two of them, they're both right off the E, and the number that they're connected to is 3. So there you go. And then the second line will make sense.
You mean 3 peaks?
Nope. Well, maybe, I don't know. But I was specifically commenting to that gentleman who was talking about the two states and they're connected on the E. And then it was like he was thinking that like something's connected to the word lemon. I just wanted to point out that the other word connected to those two, both the word states, is the word 3. So that might have something to do with something if you're down that path.
Are you down that path?
I think the room is fairly divided. There is paths that are available that make sense to me, and then there are paths that definitely lead you to believe that it was like easy.
I feel like the best way to confirm you're on the right track is to continuously find the same thing in different variations.
Exactly. And I don't know if John meant that you had to paste a bunch of versions. I literally just put that method out there so people could visualize what was happening. You could probably solve this without making all those different versions and just doing it from the front forward, because that's what anagrams are. You can put them reverse or forward. But the key is there's different variations.
Yeah, no, there is. That's where etymology comes into play.
Yeah, and that's what Michelle went on to. And that's what that second line, there are misplaced, and then I won't give it all away, but ours does something to something that we covered today. So there you go.
Well, also the chapter itself are instructions. Like they're instructions, and then you decode it to find your mission. And then once you figure out how to play the game, then you're allowed to see what the actual task is to complete the mission.
Yeah, and I don't think Bird's on anymore, but when he mentioned like it's very easy to follow down a rabbit hole, yes, and the Wi-Fi files and 100% and look too deep into stuff. And what was the layer that John expected us to look into the history? Because he outright said that I want you to go learn stuff and things like that. So like, what layer did he build into these clues and stuff like that? Like that's the game that we're playing. And so yeah, 100% we do have to watch ourselves. But again, from my point of view, I'm just following the instructions on the screen, like the 5, the 3, things like that. So.
Well, I personally think if John didn't want this to be solved so fast, he shouldn't have based it off of another treasure hunt from before. But that's just me.
Yeah, every attempt So like I have rough solves for all 4 chapters, and they've all been like, oh yeah, I got this on the surface, and then like, oh holy shit, that actually meant this thing. Like same thing with the word clue, like the word search thing. It was like, oh, this is a lot deeper. Like if I actually bought a flight out to the state Ohio because I saw the first word Ohio, like wow, there's a lot more into this. And like, yeah, he spent 5 years building it. I don't know how deep it is. I don't know if what that other commenter said is like, oh, just ran a bunch of random connections, like got to the solution. Like maybe that's what I found. But again, what I'm saying is the 5 makes sense, the 3 makes sense. And when you look at it in the different variations, I don't know if you need to, but it just makes your brain see it better, maybe. At least it does with me. Those different versions of the anagrams show up a lot more clear. And then the different words that you have to circle make a lot more sense, and so on and so forth.
I personally think that the reason why he chose to do 5 treasure boxes instead of just 1 is he wanted people to enjoy it and see it for different layers, right? There's the layer where you could just have fun with your friends, your family, your kids, go out and pick up a box. It was a great trip, a great memory. But then there's the lion's share that is so deep that it's going to take a long time. And that's why I think he says, oh, it's going to take about 10 years to be found. But he shouldn't have made it off of a different one. I'm just telling you that. So yeah, the 4 boxes are much more simpler, but the lion's share is so complex. I can't even begin to tell you the type of rabbit holes you have to go down.
Yeah, I'll just, I guess my vision or thought on that is a little bit like, if he's based it off another one, then he's learned exactly what not to do.
Exactly. And if he messes around with the treasure hunt creator that did that hunt, he's in for quite a surprise.
Yeah, and like I mean, I've never read about John outside of this book. I tried not to like read Twitter or anything like that. But from what I understand in the book, he got rich very young, so he's got drive and he's smart and stuff like that. And then he decided to go and dive into treasure hunting. You just expect someone like that to become an expert in it and learn what not to do or where to put in the curves and where the new curves are that like he was in our community with the fin search. He knows
I know
what we're all going to go, like what the carrots are and things like that. Like, and 100%, I am willing to say that if John built someone like us a 5 deep red herring, then I will give that man a high five, admit I'm wrong, and all the congratulatory and whatever. But I also know that to become a treasure hunter expert, like, and dive in like that, like you probably put in some new things or some different things. And
that's the guy that's like talking about how I gotta.
That was random. Not what you said. I mean, the person that just like randomly jumped in and said that.
Yeah.
So something that I had noticed that I think that he does a lot, and I don't remember who mentioned something like that, but that he's put in a lot of different ways, like on the surface layer. He kind of leads you to, but really he lets you allow yourself to lead yourself to a solution from the surface that may not be anywhere near where it is.
I personally think, just like another treasure hunt, there is a clue. And if anyone knows the origin of the word clue and what it actually originates from, like what it actually is associated with, you would know it's something that you need to follow to guide you from going from one point to another. So you need to find that one clue and then follow that thread.
Like the ball thread.
The one that magically disappeared?
Magic.
The multicolored one, right? My problem though is like every time I read the book, I find something and I go into the rabbit hole, I find what it means, I see where it connects, and I just get distracted. So I haven't been able to finish reading the book yet. Like I every single time I've tried so hard and it's just like, boop, here we go. Here we go. It's like it's all coming together, but it's really hard for me to just read the damn book like a normal book.
So does anybody feel smarter or more on the right path after talking?
No.
I feel like if anyone's seen the meme of SpongeBob where he's like, imagination, that's probably key.
It's been helpful for me to kind of makes me look at some things a little differently and to see, to try to branch out maybe and see if there's some uh deeper areas that I haven't touched yet, or to try to get um a fuller picture. Oh, I will mention something. So I have been working on a Pokemon box, and I feel like I might have one spot really pinpointed. Um, and I just, there's three different. So I don't know if he uses this or not, but are you guys familiar with, like, I don't know, it's called like the power of three?
Yeah, right.
And so I kind of use that as like a confirmation, because there's like three different ways it points to something and the clues align, and that's the only three that I could find. And then it narrows it down further and like zooms in another layer, and there's three different ways that does that. So I don't know if that's something that he's done, because I mean that's something that his dad was, what was it, a pasture preacher or something. So he's got that kind of Bible based knowledge background, and that was used in the Bible a lot. Three for emphasis or absoluteness or like assuredness. Um, and then, I mean, and that's been used throughout history and stuff. The number three being like a confirmer for anything. So I don't know if that has if he's used that as a basis to help kind of confirm what you think you know, like three different paths that lead to the same spot. He also says that in each chapter you don't need all the clues.
Does he say that about these 4 treasure hunts, or was that about the lion's share though?
From what I understood, I have to go back and look, but he's talking about for any of our treasure, you don't need to have all the clues. That there's many clues, but you don't need to have all of them. Like even within the same chapter of the one that we're discussing, he says everything you need is in the word search, but in case you didn't get it, here's the cryptogram.
Hey, you said you're on the Pokemon one. Did you I don't know, I put
Yeah,
up a
man.
video with I think it's in Arkansas. I don't know if you're on the Arkansas track, but I'm like big on the Arkansas bandwagon. I I went into like
Yeah,
mute.
so I've looked at several different possibilities for states, and so
Yeah.
that's one of them that's on there. But I just try to go with the ones that have the most that power of three has only one of my places has kind of that has all of that.
Oh, okay. All right, got you.
So that's not. I probably want to get back up there for another week or two. Like the
I
first time
was
I
I
went
was kind
out
of
to
thinking
one of my
Arkansas too.
search places. Yeah, yeah. Arkansas is beautiful. It's got a lot of landscape like that picture, but I've come
Well,
to
the
the
only reason,
conclusion I don't
I'm
think
sorry.
that picture's real. Like I don't think that's an actual location.
Yeah, the only reason it wouldn't make me think Arkansas as well because it mentions in there that I mean he doesn't confirm it, but he says that it could have been a Heracross when he's talking about Pokemon, and they only spawn like below a certain line in the south, and Arkansas is above that line.
So the thing that made me think Arkansas was Mewtwo, because I think most people agree that there's a Mewtwo in there, like altered or after the fact. And Mewtwo is found in Pokemon Red and Blue on documents in the Cinnabar like lab, Cinnabar Island. And so I found actually a Cinnabar in Arkansas, and there's a Cinnabar mine trail. Because I didn't know Cinnabar is an actual like mineral. It's like a red colored mineral, and like they mine it in Arkansas. And so the trail lines up with uh like it's a park. It's called Parker Creek or something. It's public access, so it's public land, so it checks off that. It's got spots for locals to like turn up at. There's like picnics and stuff like that. I don't know. It just marked off a lot of stuff there.
Yeah, there's a lot of places that line up with a lot of the clues, but not like all of them, or like the three different. I don't know. That's just my take on it. And I know a lot of people have been saying it's Mewtwo. I don't agree, but that's me.
No, it's no worries. I'm just throwing out ideas. Like I won't get a
Oh
chance
yeah,
to
no,
play
I know.
Arkansas.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, the
I know.
Cinnabar Trail also says it allows dogs on leash. And I think in there it says something that he points to a sign that they wouldn't see any master boss, which is a dog. So I think it's going to be somewhere where they have a sign where no dogs are allowed.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I also thought about Arkansas because of the Buffalo River,
Okay.
but that's not where my final place is.
Yeah, I also had, I think it was, let me back out of here, a place in Alabama near the Alabama River, kind of lined up too, because he talks about John Coltrane, and one of his songs is Alabama.
Yeah, so like I said, I have several different places, but like each time I went with boots on the ground, I like eliminated it, and then it made me look at things differently, and then I'm like, oh, okay, now I see why. So it's like it led me to
Yeah.
one place, and it seemed to line everything up, and then I'm like, oh no, there's some deeper stuff, and then so now that's why I kind of have these. I have several places in mind still yet, even though I'm kind of like on one, but um. I fully anticipate once I get done with this next one, I'll be in somewhere else, but try to keep open to kind of like, something that I haven't seen or a layer that I just haven't been able to break through because it's hard to notice.
Yeah.
It
I
almost seems
live
like
and
the
work in
past
the
and the
New Orleans
future.
area, so I'm been looking around there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's tough, but whenever I do go boots on the ground, I am looking at every single nook and cranny, so I know like it's not, or at least it's pretty much not.
Yeah, well, if you come around the New Orleans area, hit me up. I'll come check it out with you.
Oh yeah. Okay. I'll keep it in mind. Yeah, there's some spot in New Orleans that I like that is kind of a little bit northern of New Orleans. They've got like some red cliffs and stuff or something like that.
Yeah, it's like Bogachita, something like that. They got around that area. All right, I'm out, guys. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
I'm out too. I gotta go help my wife with some stuff.
Lisa, do you know your camera's on? Just FYI, your camera's been on the whole time. I think you're sewing or something. We could mostly see your head, but just FYI. You're on mute though.
I said, no, I'm cutting up squash.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I was like, I didn't realize, but I think it's been on the whole time.
I didn't know that.
Well, at least you were on mute. At least you were on mute.
Yeah. Well, I think I might have taken you into the bathroom.
Well, I didn't know, but I don't know.
Bye. Oops.
Who was that?
Somebody on me.
Lisa. Look
I can't get to my. I can't like cover it. I.
All right, everybody, I'm going to shut it down for the day. Thanks for joining. And we'll do it again sometime.